can't film me in the bathroom, man. Yes!
Of the matchups today.
Today we have amazing matchups. As before the live, we were talking which game should we focus the most, and we have our favorite match for today, and we will talk about this later today. But I expect from this tournament a lot of interesting games because we have rapid and blitz tournament, which means that there will be a lot of sacrifices, a lot of beautifully played games, but also some of the blunders, and that's what we usually like to see. And also the evil bar going up and down. That's my favorite part, and the crazy games is obviously fun to watch. But before we go to the games, and the games will start at 2 p.m. Central European time. Before that, Benjamin, let's take a look at the format.
Yeah, so the format of the Rapid and Blitz events of the Grand Chess Tour have a 10-player single round robin in the Rapid, where you get 2 points for a win and 1 point for a draw. We will have a time control of 25 minutes plus a 10-second time, plus 10 seconds of increment. And then in the Blitz, it will be a double round robin, and here the players score 1 point for a win and half a point for a draw. So the Rapid weighs twice as heavy, and the time control in the Blitz is 5 minutes and 2 seconds. And what pairings do we have today, Katie?
Yep, it's time to talk now a little bit about the pairings. Here we have Wesley So against Andrei Korubov. Vishy Anand, after a long time of not playing, he's facing Radoslav Wojtaszek. Vishy Anand, I checked last time he played Rapid and Blitz tournament. It was January 2020, just the beginning of the year. He played at the tournament in Azerbaijan, and it went really bad for him. So this is a tournament. Now he is come back to chess, and he's playing against Radoslav Wojtaszek, who recently became Polish champion in classical chess. Then we do have Shevchenko against Rapport, Aronian and Caruana. Very interesting match because those two players are highest rated in this Rapid tournament. And then in the end, we have young Christoph Duda against Gavrilescu. Benjamin, Gavrilescu is a new player at Grand Chess Tour. We might not know much about him, but what we know is he's from Romania and he is 19 years old, international master.
Yeah, so very talented young player. And yeah, I think it's the first time ever that there is an IM playing in the Grand Chess Tour. But indeed, as you mentioned, he was called up as a last-minute replacement. So I'm very curious to see how he will hold himself in this field.
Yes, very exciting tournament for him. And he is last-minute replacement of another Romanian player. And, you know, you never know how this tournament can go. It can be lucky for him. It can be really tough because, as you can see, most of the opponents, his opponents has 100 or 200 elo point more rating. But as a young player, I'm sure he's taking this as a challenge, and he is ready right now to make his first move. As I said, Benjamin, 3 minutes before the start of the first round today in Warsaw, so players are already in at the playing venue, at the table, getting ready to play.
Indeed, and don't forget to vote on the result of today's games. Go to chess.com/events, navigate to the tournament, select the game, click vote, and guess the results. You could win a piece of the $600 prize pool for best voters or free diamond memberships. Voting ends after the 10 move of each game, so don't miss out.
Yeah, don't do that. I'm myself doing this because we're now taking a break right before the start of the round, and I really want to win some prize. Benjamin, what about you?
Yeah, no, it might be a nice way to win a prize, and yeah, we'll be following these games anyway. It's going to be a lot of fun. All right, so yeah, I think we still have a little over like a minute and a half to start. And yeah, I think the matchup, as you mentioned earlier on, between Anand and Wojtaszek is going to be very interesting. Wojtaszek used to work as a second for Anand back in the day for his World Championship matches. But also, of course, the matchup between Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana, the number one and number two American players, is also going to be a lot of fun.
Yes, I would like to know who is the favorite in our chat on YouTube and Twitch between Vishy Anand and Radoslav Wojtaszek. Feel free to write the names of these players who you support and who do you think gonna win. Radoslav played the Polish Chess Championship, which was quite a tough tournament, Benjamin. They had classical chess, and then in case of draw, they had to play tiebreakers in rapid. So it was a lot of chess for him for the last few days. And as I know, the tournament ended like 3 days ago or 2 days ago. So basically he had no time to rest from a really big tournament to another really big tournament.
Yeah, no, exactly. But yeah, I think he won the event quite convincingly from what I saw. He played some really good chess. I think he also gained some rating. He got over 2,700 again. So that definitely tells me that he's in good shape. And as you mentioned, the tiebreaks were in Rapid and Blitz, so he must also be warmed up for that.
Yeah, that's also true. You'll it's never too much for chess players. We know that after the very tough chess tournament, which lasts a lot of days, in the end of the tournament in the evening, everybody still loves to play chess, some blitz games in the bar, and that's what you usually do. So it's never too much of chess. We are waiting the first moves to start. It's already 2 p.m. Can't wait to see the first move. Now we can see all the boards, all the 5 boards. And here we have white pieces. I would love to ask you, are we looking forward to e4s or d4s here or some other lines? But too early to predict anything, right?
Yeah, I mean, if I have to make a prediction, like I think Wesley is going to play d4, Anand's probably going to play e4, Shevchenko I think is more of a d4 player, Levon going to go with d4, and then Duda e4. That's going to be my guess.
Yeah, I think Duda plays e4. Yeah, as it's a first round, probably in the playing venue, they have a special guest, and very likely there is some ceremony right now happening. So we might have a little bit of delay, but not too much, I guess. This is just a kind of formality. I'm sure a lot of people now are looking at this tournament as a spectator in the playing venue. As I know, and as I have any information, it is at the museum in Warsaw, and anyone can just go visit and see the chess players and the chess games. And you guys, if you are around Poland, if you're close in nearby countries, you can also just visit Warsaw and visit the tournament, because it's an entry-free event, and you can observe the games and see your favorite chess players.
Yeah, no, that's awesome indeed. And yeah, I think as you mentioned, the game should be starting soon. Probably usually what happens is that there's I see the special guest is Garry Kasparov, so he might be making the first move in one of the games.
Yeah, we have 2 e4s now. Shevchenko Rapport, that was the first move which was played. Maybe that was a board they choose. And the other game was on e4. Maybe we have to guess. I don't know. 2 e4 so far.
Indeed, yeah. So yeah, I guess the games will be starting any second now.
Oh yeah, we have some of the moves now.
Right, and I think we are officially off. All right, so which game do you want to focus on, Kelly?
All of them are looking so interesting to me. I see 2 games are French defense. Let's see Anand and Wojtaszek, first one.
Okay, yeah, so we have a reload pass. Pretty interesting. Wojtaszek always used to be a Knight player, but in recent years, he has been playing, he has been adding the reload pass to his repertoire as well. So we see castles from Anand. I guess he's going to go bishop e7, and maybe he will go for the marshal, the anti-marshal, which has become really popular recently, especially after a World Championship match between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen.
Mhm. Yeah, and Benjamin, the time control here is 25 minutes plus 10 seconds. So this is the rapid control, which has Grantchester, but basically we usually have 15 minutes plus 10 seconds, right?
Yeah,
In most
that's
of the
slightly more
tournaments.
common. It's slightly
Mhm.
more common indeed, but yeah, 25 plus 10 is also quite common. It's the first tiebreak control in the World Cup, so I think it's very common in a lot of official events.
Yeah. So this is quite tricky time control for players, because if you make a slightly bit mistake, then your opponent has enough time to use that. You cannot really blitz it out all the moves, and you cannot spend too much of the time in the opening. So you have to uh, just divide your time properly, and that's what the players will do. Now we have Benjamin knight to a5, and Vishy Anand is taking a little bit more time here. He's considering to move this bishop somewhere, or to, yeah, he played bishop to a2.
In the bishop a2 and c5, the common follow-up by Wojtaszek. But yeah, you make a very good point. In 25 plus 10, there is quite a bit of time, so it's almost a bit like classical. I mean, of course, not quite yet, because you do have to play fast, and especially with only the 10-second increment, you definitely don't want to fall low on the clock. But yeah, you still do have to play fast. So it's a very tricky time control. That's what I would say from my experience. Yeah.
Yeah, tricky is the correct word to use for this, because as I mentioned earlier, this 15 minutes plus 10 seconds, you know that you don't have much time, and you trick yourself and say like, okay, don't think too much here, just make some moves and good moves. But 25 minutes, sometimes you think that it's a little bit too much time for rapid, and then you can lose it on time. I think this is still the theory, what we see here, Benjamin.
Yeah, no, I think so too. Yeah, Wojtaszek is playing quite quickly, and I would think that Anand has now a bit of an option. He can decide to trade himself on b7 with the bishop, or as he just played the move b4. Now after bishop takes, he's probably going to take with the e pawn, and then Black probably has to go knight of b7. You cannot take on b4, because then your pawn on a6 will be hanging in the end. So yeah, let's see what I guess knight b7, and now if white were to take on c5, I guess black recaptures with the pawn, and then if we take on e5, our pawn on d5 will be hanging.
Yeah, and I'm sure black will be happy with that exchange, because for now, this d5 pawn creates a lot of space for white, and black's pawns on c5, d6, e5, they are just they are taking the squares from the knight, from the bishop. So this exchange is not the best for white. He has to find another move. I do like here c4 to try to fight on the queen side. As the knight there on b7 looks a little bit misplaced, or maybe I can also try to go something on the king side, something like knight d2, f4, f5, knight e4, f6.
Yeah, no, I really like that idea as well. So let's see what Anand is going to do. Yeah, I think c4 makes a lot of sense to strengthen the pawn on d5, and yeah, as we mentioned before, you cannot take the pawn on e5 right now, as then you cannot take on c5 and e5, because then black will capture the pawn on d5.
Yeah, that's right. Anand is taking his time, but he's not spent so much from the starting. He has still around 25 minutes, and I think this is correct moment. It's the moment when you have to take your time, because
Indeed.
you can have here different plans, and you need to find the correct plan. So also what the opponent wants. I think with black here, what Wojtaszek might willing to play is f5, f4, also to start to play on the king side. So Vishy goes here, rook to e1. That's a bit of mysterious move for to me. Maybe he wants to hit on e5 pawn with the rook.
Yeah, so rook e1 makes a lot of sense, and yeah, we see that Wojtaszek up to this point has still been playing very, very quickly. He had 26.5 minutes on the clock. Just to remind you guys, the player started with 25 minutes, and that tells me that all of the last moves have been prepared by him. But maybe now he will go for a bit of a think. Rook e1 was not really one of the top choice. So let's see what black should do here. He could play a move like rook to c8. So then he doesn't. Oh, but f5 played very quickly. So maybe he's still in his prep.
Yeah, you know what? I think that now he wants to take on c5, and after all this variation that we mentioned there, that he wants to play bishop to f4 to have very beautiful diagonal for the bishop, which hits the rook on b8, and also rook from e1 hits the bishop on e7. So I think that's his ideas here to activate white's pieces, open up a little bit of the board, and those two pieces of black will be somewhere in the air, so white can later attack.
Indeed, yeah. But yeah, so yeah, this game is heating up. But with that being said, we will go to a very short break, but don't go anywhere, you guys. We will be right back with more action from the Grand Chess Tour in Poland. We'll see you guys soon. And welcome back, everyone, to the Grand Chess Tour in Poland. So, Katie, while we were on a short break, has anything really noteworthy happened?
Yes, yes, Benjamin, and we have to right now go to the game Duda versus Gavrilescu because something crazy is happening there. And I don't know what's going on, but I know that both kings are not safe.
Yeah, I have no idea what is happening here. Maybe we can have a very quick look as to how we got here. It all started off as a French defense. So let's have a very quick look. So it started off, as we see here, as a as a as a French with bishop g5 takes bishop e7. So here white gives up the bishop pair, but gets a quick development. Queen e2, I think, is a bit unusual. Usually the queen goes at d2 or d3 before knight a4. This all looks pretty standard, but at some point right around here, the position started.
It looks scary to me. It looks scary to me for both sides, but for white mostly because Benjamin, he castled long side, and now he's pushing all these pawns on the queen side. Look at this chain, which is about to break now.
Indeed, yeah. So white's queen side got shattered, but look at white's action in the center. Black's king in the center is also about to be wide open. And after pawn takes f7, black took with the king. And given the fact that Duda still has 24 minutes on the clock, tells me that he's more familiar with the position than black. So must be very difficult for Gavrilescu to hold his own in this position here, I would think.
Yeah, it can be. Duda is usually very well prepared player. He's working really hard in the openings, and we have seen some of the games where he got his opponents, higher rated opponents in the opening. So we know that he's very strong in that. And I can see that on move 14, which was d5, there was something new. Before that, we had some of the games, quite a lot of games in this opening with different ones. Usually white is not giving up this knight on a4, but d5 seems to be maybe some work that Team Duda did for this tournament, or also for candidates tournament. For sure they are heavily working now for the candidates tournament, which is coming July. I don't know if he's showing all his secret points to everyone, but to me, it seems like he knows what he's doing, and this move d5 and even this position was earlier on his chessboard.
Yeah, and I think so too. Yeah, he seems to be well prepared here. I doubt this is really an idea he wanted to use in the candidates, because that would be quite surprising to use it in this tournament instead. But yeah, and we already see Gavrilescu dropping below 10 minutes. 10 minutes is still, quite a bit of time, but the pressure is piling up here. And I don't know, it looks very scary for black. And I wonder, can you get away with a move like pawn takes a2? Is that something you can do, or do you think white will suddenly launch a big attack?
Yeah, pawn takes a2 is indeed one of the first moves you would consider there, but there's queen c4 check, Benjamin. You force black to take this queen, and after bishop takes c4, then a2 pawn will be hanging. So that's the first move which comes to my head after b takes a2, and maybe white will be happy to have this end game with a better the position is equal as I see, but the pieces are way much better for white. But there is also this check on a3. So you give this check. If white covers the check by the queen, then you take c5 pawn by the check. And if king goes on b1, then you can take that pawn by the check and keep the queens on the board. So those are the two moves I think black is considering now, and he's spending his time for that. And Duda has still 24 minutes on the clock. That's scary. That's scary for David. If I'm David, I would be really scared, because I would thought that I'm in his preparation.
Yeah, no, I think so too. Yeah, but that's indeed something that's very scary. And yeah, it's a very interesting situation here. Black can decide to kind of force a queen trade with a move like queen a3, but he can also keep the queens on the board. I mean, don't forget that white's king is also wide open. But I mean, given the fact that maybe he's facing Duda's preparation, will make him want to trade off queens, because if he makes one mistake now, he might easily just lose the game.
Yeah, this I think next two moves will be very important for Black. That's why he already spent 2 minutes while we got in this position. So uh, yeah, not much of the choice. His knight on b8 stops rooks to be connected, and even though this king on c1 now, it's in the middle of the board, open board, there are few checks, but those checks are not so scary for white. And also Benjamin, this bishop on f1 is not developed as well. This piece is also not playing yet, but bishop can easily go into the game. Bishop c4, at some point bishop d3, with all these ideas to attacking the pawn or give a check. So white has just a pleasant situation, and b takes a2 just happened. We saw that the engine barn went a little bit up, just a little bit up, and gives white some advantage.
Yeah, so let's see what Duda should do. I mean, I would think that probably queen c4 is forced here, because Black is about to promote this a pawn. And I mean, a move like knight e5 check doesn't really seem to do much. I think Black can just go king to g7, and white is running out of checks. But with queen c4, we force the queen trade, and then we can pick up the pawn on a2. And I would think even with the queens off, white should still have a lot of attacking potential there.
Yeah. It can be. Now he's taking some time. Maybe he's just considering, but I think queen c4 is the move he wants to play now. Benjamin, you shouldn't be very careful to play a move like king b2 and try to stop this pawn, because Black also has this dark square bishop, and here we have queen trade, and this game will go to the end game where white has a very good position.
Indeed. So king g7 by Gavrilescu. So Black is still threatening to go pawn a1. So I guess white just has to take the pawn on a2. And here it's not that easy for Black, because if you go knight to c6, then if Black goes knight to c6, then we have moves like rook to d7. So let's see what Gavrilescu can do. You can take this pawn on c5, but perhaps white just goes something like rook to e1. The knight can always come to d4 to hit the pawn on f5, and I don't know. I think it's very difficult for Black to activate his pieces here.
It is. As now we have the end game here, I think this game will go a little bit slow. And meanwhile, we have some comments in the chat that in the game of Aronian and Caruana, some blunder happened. So let's very quickly go in that position and check out what is happening, what kind of blunder happened. This is highest rated game for the first round today.
Indeed. So let's have a very quick look at the matchup between the two American top players. So this started off as a bishop's opening by Levon. Probably he played this opening to avoid the Petrov from Fabiano. And yes, so we see bishop c5 by Fabiano, knight to c3. So this is the tricky thing about the move bishop c4. Move 2, you're delaying the move knight f3, and you might be wondering why, but Levon explains that here with the move f4, takes. Fabiano goes c6, trying to go d5 in the center very quickly. So Levon goes d4, bishop e4, e5. Fabiano strikes back with the move d5. And I would think Black should be doing fine here. He has the two bishops, but the pawn on e4 is a little bit weak. And somehow things went a bit wrong here for Fabiano. h4, white's trying to go h5, trap the bishop. And here it gets super sharp, but it looks like he might just be down a pawn here. And the question is, does he have enough? What do you think?
I think this bishop on f3 is stuck, and white will now start to chase, and the pawn on g4 is hanging. You can take this pawn for sure, but after this, maybe queen g3 now, hit the bishop. Oh, he plays so fast this move, rook a1, and queen is trapped there. Like next move, you move this bishop away, and this queen will be soon trapped. So there is still f5 square. But then queen g3 also makes sense to me, or queen g3 right away now. And when you play bishop to f5, you can now move your bishop. So I think this is really scary for Fabiano.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, so the queen probably has to go to f5 sooner or later, and it really feels like the queen is running out of squares. Not just yet.
Ah,
It feels like there might be a way for white to trap it, but instead of that, Fabiano goes bishop e6 right away. So let's see what Levon will do here. So he also still has 20 minutes on the clock, and Fabiano down to 8.5. 8.5 minutes is still, quite a bit of time, but I mean,
mhm.
it's not nice to be down
Yeah.
more than 10 minutes on the clock. You definitely feel the pressure in that case.
No, 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 you don't. Unless your opponent is also with you in that same time zone. But to me, this time control shows that Aronian is very comfortable what he's doing. He knows what he's doing, and Fabiano is a little bit confused. He's spending more time to find the best moves here. So that clearly shows here that Aronian is having this more time because the position for him is just better.
Indeed. So let's see what Levon will do. He has a lot of options here. But once again, yeah, bishop c1, it looks like a nice move, but black still has his f5 square.
Mhm.
So, and I mean, the problem is that if you move the knight away first, then black gets all a lot of other squares, like the d5 square, or maybe the queen can go to g4 in some cases.
I
So
still
let's
like
see
Queen
how.
G3 move here, Benjamin, because okay, Queen is trapped there, but you don't necessarily need to take it. But instead, maybe you can just use this fact and try to hit some other weaknesses. To me, G7 looked weakness, but he plays Queen to H2. That's weird looking move. What he wants to do?
Well, maybe he wants to go maybe he wants to go pawn h6. Um, so perhaps Fabiano should consider going h6 himself. I mean, then he also creates the h7 square potentially for his queen, and he makes some loot for the king. Can always come in handy later on.
Mhm.
So yeah, let's see what Fabiano will do. I mean, I think taking the pawn on a2 is probably too greedy.
Oh, yes. Take this pawn, get this bishop back, and then play a5, a4, and a3 promote that pawn. Maybe not so bad idea. If you cannot do much on the king side, then in the end, you might try that too.
Indeed, yeah, I would say if this pawn would be, let's say, on a3 or even on a4, it's definitely something you wanna
Mhm.
consider. But I mean, with the pawn still on a7, you're not too worried about black taking this pawn on a2. And white should have some way to continue the attack on the king side, I would think.
Yeah, I'm still curious why he played the queen to h2. Maybe he wants to play rook after rook g2 next to have all these heavy forces on the king side, hitting to the king, and he just opened up this, and he doesn't want to have queen in front of the rook, but the rook to be on the g file. And also, it's quite hard for Fabiano to make next move, and he's spending more and more time. And this can be very good strategy for Aronian. He's a well experienced chess player. He has played a lot of blitz and rapid games, and he knows that he doesn't necessarily need to go to the sharp lines and sacrifices. He can just make a move which creates still some threats and let your opponent spend all the time on the clock.
Indeed, yeah. So and yeah, Fabiano already getting down to 6.5 minutes.
Mhm.
Yeah, his time is definitely getting critical here. And yeah, just to remind the viewers, there's only a 10-second increment. That's not a lot of time. In classical, the 30 seconds, can always help you out a lot. But in 10 seconds, there's barely any time to calculate. And we see him going knight at b6. Um, I don't know. I mean, with the knight leaving d7, one of the first things that comes to my mind is to go pawn h6. Black will probably have to go g6.
Mhm.
And then what if we go like queen h4 to try to go with the queen at f6 now that this knight is no longer covering that square?
That's a very good idea. That's a very good idea to weaken the dark squares on the king side and then try to checkmate. That's going to be very hard for black to avoid this threat. Maybe Benjamin after h6, black should keep this pawn on g7 and hope that white will take it, and I can survive just with that pawn as a shield in front of the king, and meanwhile while bring the knight on d5 and trade these knights from f4, which our chat for some reason calls a moderator knight. I don't necessarily know what does that mean, but I do love this knight on f4 because it creates so much a danger to black's bishop and king and the queen.
So how is the knight on f4 a moderator knight? I don't
I don't
get it,
know.
but but I like this move rook f2 from Aronian. Now he could be able to move the knight somewhere, and then in case black plays queen g4 check, he can always block with rook to g2. So let's see what Fabiano will do. But Levon putting a lot of pressure here. Fabiano rating below 6 minutes, and I really like how Levon is playing this game.
Yeah, I like his style, how he's doing. So far, he has really good tournaments, Benjamin. We have seen his Grand Prix tournament was nicely played by him, and also he played the classical tournament of Grand Chess Tour earlier in Romania. So he's in a shape to play as much as possible. The other games are also so interesting now, I can see. And he took a2 pawn. No. Oh no, it's the why he I just realized that we were laughing at this earlier, like don't take this pawn, it's just weird pawn there. And do you think he's just running out of the moves, Benjamin? And
well, I think he's just listening to the commentators.
Waiting.
So and yeah, g6 played by Levon pretty much instantly. Now I think g6 is pretty much forced. I mean, if you let white take on g7, then the knight is going to fly in to h5 to f6, and I think black is just getting checkmated there. But if you play the move g6, perhaps we can play knight takes g6, because then if black takes, we have rook to g2. That's why we put that rook on the f2 square, and white might already be winning here.
Yeah, nice. That's nice after g6 to take the pawn on g6. And when this g pawn is gone, then black's king just needs one check, and then another check on g7 will be a checkmate. I don't know, this a2 pawn. I thought he wanted to play knight d5 to trade this moderator knight, but then to me it makes really no sense to play knight b6 earlier, right? He just brought this knight from d7 square, which was closer to the king, to b6. And now has really difficulty to cover the king. He's down to 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Not a good news for him.
Yeah, and we see him playing the move g6, yeah, and already getting below 4 minutes. So yeah, let's see what Levon will do. I mean, knight takes g6 looks very tempting. Yeah, because but he blitzes out the move bishop a3. A little bit surprising that he played that move so quickly, but maybe he wants to maybe he wants Fabiano to move his rook first and then go for knight takes g6.
Hey, you know what, after bishop a3, if you move your rook away, you still have this knight g6 move, right? So
I think so, yeah.
Maybe just delaying that.
Yeah. So let's see. So let's say black goes rook to e8, which has just happened. Can white go knight takes g6 here, or is there a difference? And he goes for
okay, rook to 2 now. I think he just wanted this rook to be off the f square, so when black gives up the queen and takes a rook, it was just better to have the pawn on g6 and rook on f5. So I think he just destroyed the pawn structure on the king side, and that was his idea by bishop a3.
Indeed, but now black had the option of going rook e6 and rook to g6, so it still looks very good for white. I guess he's going to go rook g1 on the next move, but this rook on g6 is still creating, a bit of a temporary shield for the black king. But yeah, it looks very tough for black because rook g1 is going to come, and then one way or another, your king is going to get a little bit weakened, because if you take with the f pawn, then your 7 rank is always very weak if the queen would land there somehow. If you take with the h pawn, there's always h7, and you never want to trade the rooks on g1 yourself, because then the queen will infiltrate.
How about rook e8 now? Rook e8, and if you play rook g1, then rook e6. And black would love to have the bishop d5 next move, knight c4, just to bring the pieces on the board.
Yeah, so I would think if black goes rook to e8, maybe white goes rook to g1, and then if after rook e6, there's always the option of going queen h4, threatening checkmate on d8.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this h6 pawn creates so much danger to black's king. Um, yeah, this it's not enough. It's not enough. Queen versus rook, rook and knight versus queen. Usually it's not enough, especially when you have weak king.
Indeed, yeah, it looks very tough here for Fabiano, who's already below 3 minutes.
Mhm.
But we just got word that Gavrilescu only has 14 seconds on the clock. Do you perhaps want to have a look at that game?
Yes, yes, please. Let's take a look at that.
All right, let's have a very quick look. So yeah, we see here that Duda's up in exchange, and yeah, Gavrilescu barely has any time on the clock. Looks really tough for him here in this position. Right.
Yeah, the king is what white can do here is just to activate the rooks or even to trade one pair of rook, and then start to collect the weaknesses that black has. Those pawns a6, c7, f5, h7, none of them are connected, so they're not supporting each other, while white's pawns are on the king side, and they will just help each other to be pushed. Right now, I think also something like bishop to d5 can be also some move, like, yeah, knight before is there, but you're not blundering the bishop on d5, but it will be trade. So white should think to trade the rooks or to trade the knight and bishop, like which endgame would be just better.
Indeed, yeah, bishop d5 looks like a winning move, but black still has this check with knight before. But instead he goes bishop e6, another very logical move, going after the pawn on f5. I don't know, maybe black can still, maybe this is his idea. Maybe if, in case black goes f4, perhaps what he wants to do is play the move rook e4. And then black has a bit of a problem, because if after rook e4, if you go bishop d6, then he goes knight before, then white would have to move bishop d5.
Yeah. Maybe it's time for black to start to push the pawn, like a5, a4, a3, because it makes no sense to push this pawn f4 to me, because you will lose this pawn anyway one day. Like after like rook e4, you can lose it right away now.
Indeed, yeah, you make a good point indeed. So yeah, we see him going knight before rook b8, but this bishop on e6 is controlling a lot of squares. Black can never go knight a2. That square is covered. Black can go bishop g7, but it seems to me that that is only one check. If white goes king c4, it feels like white's king is perfectly safe there.
Yeah.
So yeah, perhaps white can just capture the pawn on f5 or play a move like rook to d7, activating that rook first.
Yeah. You can, but black's idea here, if you take the pawn on f5, maybe is knight a2 to start to give some check, king c4, rook b4, and I think that can create some of the danger to white's king. And actually, this kind of play makes sense, because if you play just some passive moves, you can just play long game and still not get anything. But Duda has about 17 minutes on the clock. This is a very good game to demonstrate how important is preparation in the opening, right?
Indeed, yeah.
This is just a very good example that shows to all of us, when you're well prepared in the opening, you can create so much danger to your opponent. You can save some of your time, spend your opponent's time, and still make so much confusion to them.
Indeed, yeah. I would say in rapid chess, maybe the opening is even more important than in classical, because there's barely any time to figure everything out over the board. So if you face some dangerous preparation, it is just going to be very, very tough. And we see that happening in this game.
Yeah, that's right. In the other game, Aronian, Caruana, I believe Aronian is just some moves away to checkmate black's king. So that might be the first game ending in the first rounds today.
Oh, you're saying the game between Aronian and Caruana?
Yes, Aronian and Caruana.
Okay, let's have a very quick look. Yeah, it feels like black is getting checkmated here. So if black doesn't do, go ahead.
Oh, So knight was under attack, and if you play bishop d5 to guard this knight, there was a c4, so you are losing the piece, and then bishop f6 comes just like a pre-move, next move to checkmate. So black had to give up the rook for 2 pieces, and there are a lot of pawns here. Just 2 pawns. There's not too much pawns for black, but black is hoping to hold this, but I don't believe it's a holdable position.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Yeah, and we see Fabiano going knight at c3. Now I would just pick up the pawn on b7 in a heartbeat. And I mean, we're probably also going to pick up the pawn on a7. And I feel like sooner or later, white should be able to get his pawns rolling in the center. I mean, if black were able to set up some sort of blockade, he might have chances for a draw. But I don't think that is the case here. And we see Levon taking the pawn on b7.
Yeah, Benjamin, you can also play here with white, king f4, king g5. Dark squares are safe for white's king, and only knight cannot give you so much of the check. So when the king gets on f6, or even this king can go back to e7, f8, then the black's king will be still in a mating net. White can do it right now. White can take a7 pawn. Black actually creates no danger to white, especially now when Aronian has 17 minutes on the clock, and Fabiano is struggling on the seconds and with lost position.
Indeed, yeah, it looks like it's going to be a very dominant performance here by Levon. Yeah, it still has a lot of time on the clock, and yeah, I feel like it's just going to be a crushing victory here. We see c5 by Fabiano, trying to complicate matters a little bit, but I mean, maybe just staying on a7, yeah, which is what Levon does. Now, don't take with the king, because then black.
Oh no. You lose that position, actually.
Yeah.
I wanted to suggest king d4, activate the king, attack these 2 pieces, and you said don't take with the king. It's like, why? And then I saw why. But I would say it.
Indeed, yeah.
Looks
And
tempting.
indeed. So we see king d2 by Levon, bishop e6, queen a4. So I guess what he wants to do is he wants to trap the knight. So now next up he wants to go c4. This knight is not going anywhere. It's just going to get picked up. And I think this might be the moment where Fabiano throws in the towel, because there's nothing you can do about c4 and queen takes a2.
No, this is nicely played by Aronian, where he could play long game and still win in the end, but he just found the shortcut. He wins this knight, and then Fabiano has to resign because, and we have resignation here after queen a4.
Indeed, yeah. So Levon wins a great game with the white pieces, grabbing the early lead here in the Grand Chess Tour in Poland. Perhaps maybe we can have a look at the game of Wesley against Korobov or Shevchenko against Rapport, because we haven't had a look at those games at all yet.
You can choose one of those 2 games, and another game has been ended. Duda won against Gavrilescu, so 2 whites have won already. Do you think in rapid and blitz segments, like color, which color you have is it's a little bit advantage?
I think so, yeah. As we mentioned earlier, in rapid and blitz, you can try to come up with some very dangerous preparation. Then it will be difficult for your opponent to face it over the board. So I think maybe your advantage with white is bigger than in classical.
Yeah, I agree with that. There's Kirill Shevchenko and Richard Rappert. That game I think will end soon, as well as white's king is in a huge danger.
Yeah, this does not look good for white, and Rapport still has 11 minutes on the clock. White down to 14 seconds. I mean, black is knight f4, and you're forced to give up your queen, and I don't see how white has anything. I mean, if knight f4 happens, I mean, you can take, black takes with the rook, and then I would think you only have one check on e8, but that is probably about it. Take with the rook, and if rook e8, then I mean, either rook f8 or king f7. I think white doesn't have anything. And black is up a queen. So yeah, that's what he's going for. And yeah, we might see Kirill resign here soon as well.
Yeah, that's right. Kirill
Okay.
Shevchenko is actually quite a good Blitz player. As we can see that he won the Blitz tournament in Riga last year, 2022, a very strong field where Caruana played, Aronian played, rest of the players, a really, really strong field. And he won nicely and also won $10,000 of the prize fund. So yeah, I think I was just looking for these players that we don't have seen very often at the round robin tournaments and elite tournaments, and then I've seen most of them has played really nicely in the Rapid and Blitz championships, so that's the reason why they are here.
Indeed, yeah, no, he played great in that event, and yeah, I think he's also won Title Tuesday at least once, maybe twice, I don't know, but yeah, we see him going down here in this game against Richard Rapport. The problem is that the only move you have with the king is to go back to h3, but then black can go queen f5 check, and then you have to move the king, and you lose your rook on e6. So that is why Shevchenko resigned.
Yes, we do have two remaining games still. Vishy Anand, Radoslav Wojtaszek, Wesley So, and Anton Korobov. Those games are extremely interesting. We can take a look maybe at first Wesley So and Anton Korobov, because we have this balanced position there, queen versus rook and bishop. And seems like Korobov is holding this one.
Yeah, it's a very interesting game. Black is this white is a queen, but black has a rook and a bishop, but also this very strong pawn on a3, and black is ready to push it all the way to a2. So maybe Wesley should look for a way to, maybe force a repetition somehow, even though I don't really see how this pawn is promoting right away. But I mean, allowing it all the way to a2 must be scary.
Oh yes, it can be. It scares me more than the existing queen on the board. This queen of whites, this pawn a3 looks more scary to my eyes. There is e6 pawn as well, but this pawn is blocked now. And yes, white can give some check. Maybe f7 square is where the queen can just sneak in. But Benjamin, there is this h7 square for the king or h8 square for the king, and you might just trap your queen there and be forced to make a draw, because black can simply play a2 next move, and then a1 queen, and black will have extra material. So that's a bit tricky. And also, it's interesting that the white's king is just trapped there on h3, cannot move around, and leaves the only queen who has to make a move now. Queen ch check.
Indeed, so see queen c by Wesley, king h7 is probably forced. And then maybe Wesley now has to go for the draw with queen e8, because if black goes a2, then you can go queen h5 check, and go back to f7 and just force the repetition that way.
Yes, you cannot be too greedy here and take the e7 bishop, because black will promote the pawn and there will be no checks, and black will be the one who will start to give checks, and there will be checkmate in the end. So queen a8 here might be the only move here for white to hold the game, hold the position, and he's down to 2 minutes. Korobov has 7 minutes on the clock, so yeah, they have some time to calculate all the lines and evaluate this position, right? I think this will be a first draw here, and maybe the only draw. We don't know that yet.
I think so too. Yeah, I don't think Wesley can really go for more. Korobov's plan seems very easy and straightforward. I mean, his next move is going to be a2, pretty much regardless of what happens. And I think Wesley just has to take the draw, because otherwise, might get a little bit risky if you let that pawn stay on the board. So yeah, perhaps we can have a look at the game between Anand and Radoslav Wojtaszek.
Absolutely, we have to go there, as Anand is having extra piece, but those two pawns, connected pawns already on the third rank, makes a little bit difficult for white to convert this advantage. G6 was the latest move here because black had an issue on the back rank. When we have all the rooks on the board, you definitely need to take care of your back rank. And now after G6, if you take the pawn on C4, Benjamin, there will be D2. And your rook is under attack, your knight will be hang as well. So you cannot really take the C4 pawn.
Indeed, yeah, you cannot take on C4 right now because of D2, and you lose a knight on E7. So, I mean, we can improve our position with a move like king to F2, but then let's say black goes king G7. How do we ever pick up the pawn? You know, I don't really see it. Just
E3, rook E3,
that is a very
E4,
nice move.
king E1, king D2, king C3, and king should be the one who is going in a fight and picking up all these big pawns.
Yeah, I really like that suggestion. So let's say we go king to F2. And let's say black just waits with a move like king to G7. Then perhaps what we do is we go rook to E3.
Or rook E5 also. Nice
or rook
move.
E5, yeah. And then we actually do threaten to take the pawn on C4, because we can always come back with our king or our rook. So it feels like one way or another, we should be able to pick up these pawns.
Yes, as now king is getting closer to d pawn, the king will be in the box. Is that the word? Like king will be closer, and there will be no problem to stop this pawn. Now rook e5, rook e4 also will create a threat to capture the pawn on c4 next, and after d2, king e2, just to stop this pawn by the king.
Indeed, yeah, that's a very nice plan. Perhaps what white could also do is the move that Vishy just played, the move knight c6, because now we do threaten to take the pawn on c4. Our knight is no longer hanging in a lot of variations. And another very nice point is that if black were to trade on e1 and goes rook e8 check, we have to move knight e5. We stop all counterplay. The black pawns are about to drop off, and white is just up a piece.
Yeah, something went wrong here for black. Indeed, and there are too many pieces. So these pawns c4 and d3 are stopped now by the rook, both of them. And yeah, just knight, when the knight gets on e5, that will be the time then black will just maybe resign. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if those pawns do start dropping off, then black is simply just lost. And I don't see what he can do here to try to complicate. I mean, pawn on c4 is hanging. As we know, if black goes c3, then we're going to take on d3. So I think both pawns are simply going to be lost. And I mean, yeah, as we mentioned, if you're down a piece, there's not much you can do. And Wojtaszek is down to his last 20 seconds.
Wow. Oh, he has no time, and he goes g5. I think he just wants to complicate the things. But is that enough? You can just take the rook on e8, play knight e5. Just ignore what black does, but to follow your plan, that should be just it.
Indeed, yeah. So yeah, knight e5 is a move, but also just a simple rook takes c4. I don't really see how black is complicating matters there, and that's what Vishy goes for. So yeah, I don't see it for Wojtaszek. I think White's only going to win this game.
Something went wrong for him. Indeed, he's trying his best, taking the pawn on f4. White has too many pawns on the board. Maybe he's hoping to trade all the pawns and go to the rook and knight endgame. But White will definitely choose something better than that, and at least keep one pawn on the board alive. White has the full control. We have also another game right now on the screen, Benjamin, just below my video, and you can see that they are still playing. And we have a bit of changes there.
Indeed, yeah. So it looks like Vishy's going to win this game. I mean, the pawn on g4 is hanging, d3 is about to drop off, and Wojtaszek has no time. So let's quickly switch back to the game between Wesley So and Anton Korobov, which looks very exciting. Wesley did not take the draw, which we thought he should have. So Korobov's pawn is still on the board on a2. So let's see what Korobov should do here. I wonder if bishop f6 is a move, or if white Does white have a little trap there?
Trap?
Yeah. Or is bishop f6 just a fine move?
Ah.
Oh wait, there's f5. There's f5. Never mind.
F5, king h. Oh, F5, rook
And then you
h2
take the
is maybe.
rook.
Oh
And
no,
you
you
take
don't
the
want to.
rook, and then you take the pawn.
Oh no. It's really check. You're losing everything with one
Yeah,
check.
it's very
Oh
unfortunate.
no.
Yeah.
That's not cool indeed. And oh, if you just move this rook, I don't know, it's c2 or d2. There was a checkmate in 2 moves. So king h6 was played by Korubov, and it's good for him that he has time on the clock, so he can find this kind of move like king h6. Not easy to spot all white threats, but he has this luxury right now to use the time. And Vasily has seconds on the clock. He has to make his next move. And the pawn is already on a2, so he cannot go too far. He has to control the a2 pawn.
Indeed, yeah. And I would say if anyone's risking to lose here, it's probably white because
White, yeah.
I mean this pawn on a2 looks so dangerous. Even a move like bishop f6 comes to mind here. I wonder what Wesley is planning to do there because a1 is a very serious threat.
Mhm.
You can play e7 to distract
know-
distract the bishop temporarily, but if we just take and come back on the next move, it looks very tough.
You know what? After bishop f6, there might be queen to a8. You might say like,
Uh-huh.
that's a weird move. But then if you promote the pawn on a1, then queen h8 check, king g6, and f5 checkmate.
That's a very nice line. Yeah.
Mhm.
In the white has
And
queen
queen
a8.
a8, because if you go to queen e8, that was my first thought. Black will give a check first on rook g2. So queen a8, so you also control g2 square. But then there is a rook h4 check, so that's a bit risky. That's a bit
Indeed.
risky.
But instead of that, e7 has just been blitzed up by Wesley. So I guess Korobov has to take. Yeah. And let's see what Wesley will come up with here. Maybe still queen a8 to try to go queen h8.
Yeah, he's going for that.
Is it
I was a bit scared of rook h4 move. Yeah, bishop is not on f6 anymore, so yeah, it's possible.
indeed? Yeah. So we can Black could go rook h4, but then he's no longer defending the pawn on
Yeah.
a2. I wonder if bishop f6. No, bishop f6 is not a move. Because if bishop f6, then white
That's
will give a check on.
then. Yeah.
Well, there's no immediate checkmate, but I think
It is.
or
but-
like
oh, it's not because e6 pawn is gone now. Oh no.
indeed, but the
So-
problem is that white gives a check on h8, the king has to move over, and then we can't take the rook. Because if black goes a1 queen, then we have queen h5 checkmate.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. There is a comment in our chat. I honestly hate endgames. I know a lot of people feels the same way, but for me, endgame is just beautiful. There, like Benjamin, there are a few pieces on the board, and there are so many possibilities still. Like it's incredible. It's just simply incredible. I really like endgames and never understood it why people don't.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah, I think the end game is one of the. It's a very interesting part of the game. Yeah, as you mentioned, it's simple, but it's also very complicated.
Mhm.
Which has its own beauty in a way with all the zugzwangs and stuff like that. But yeah, I think this game in the meantime is ending probably in a draw. Although maybe bishop f8 is still. I feel like white should be able to give enough checks and still stop the pawn on a2.
Well, I kind of have a feeling that at some point we might see this evil bar going all the way down for black if white tries too much because he has not too much of the time. And also e pawn is gone now, and Korbo sees all this checkmating threats now as king is on h7 makes difficult for white to checkmate the king. So I think you'll just accept this draw now. And another game just ended some time ago. Vishy Anand converted that end game, and so far we have 3 wins for white, 1 draw just happened here, and 1 win for black. That's the first round of the Rapid Championship.
Indeed, yeah. So that wraps up the first round of the Rapid. So yeah, only 1 draw, and yeah, we do have wins for Vishy Anand, Richard Port, Levon Aronian, and Jan Christoph Duda.
Yeah, that's it for this round. The next round will start shortly, not so shortly maybe, but they will have some time to relax and get ready for the next round. This is a round robin tournament, so they already know who's their next opponent. So I don't know if they're going to have some preparation right now, or maybe they will just rest a little bit before the round, walk, get some coffee or tea, some snacks, and be focused on the second round, which will start in a few minutes.
Indeed, it's always very interesting, during these rapid events that there is a bit of a break in between, but it's not easy to prepare during that time because you are generally in the playing hall. So sometimes the players have a second there who has a laptop with them who can help them prepare. But sometimes I feel like they also do a bit of preparation for more opponents before the start of the day. But with that being said and done, we are going to be taking a very short break. But do not go anywhere, you guys. We will be right back with more action from the Grand Chess Tour in Poland. We'll see you guys very soon.
It's time to take your SEO, that's search engine optimization for those who don't speak internet, to the next level with SEO Crawl. Their tools combine robust dashboards with automated tools that are proven to improve your organic results. Chess.com went from 10 million to 18 million organic search results a month in just 2 years after working with David and the team at SEO Crawl. I cannot recommend them enough. They right now have free enterprise accounts just for signing up for a demo session. Use the command SEO Crawl in chat and check them out today.
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2022 Superbet Rapid and Blitz event in Poland. I'm Grandmaster Benjamin Bach, and this is woman Grandmaster Katy Tatsalasvili. This coverage is brought to you by CEO Kroll and Katy. What matchups are you most looking forward to in round number 2?
My favorite in the second round is Caruana versus Duda. I think this is very interesting to see how the match between these two goes, as they are both the participants of the candidate tournament. So there will be some of the game like, I don't want to show you my preparation, but I still want to win this game because there's a lot of money on the table. So that will be very interesting. Any matchups comes to your mind now, which we can focus on?
Yeah, no, that one will be very interesting for sure. I think also the game between Wesley So and Vishy Anand is definitely going to be one to look out for. And the game between Rapport and Aronian is going to be an absolute thriller as well. So, yeah, I think, yeah, you did make a good point about Caruana against Duda. I doubt that they will show their candidates' preparation, as that tournament is obviously much more important.
Yeah, that's right. Benjamin, before we went to the breaks, you pointed out this that some of the players don't have enough time to prepare for the preparation, and they have seconds there, and having just seconds or trainers at the tournament usually gives you a big help, and they can just tell you what opening to play and where to go. And I know as young Christoph Duda is having his second all the time with him, Grandmaster Kamil Mitton from Poland. And they have this collaboration since Duda is kid. So they are also very good friends. And I know that for Duda, it's very important to have his second and the coach on his side, just to have someone to talk. It's not necessarily talking about the openings or the how the game goes, just to talk there. And when the things not going well and you're a bit stressed, for me it also works like that. I just want to talk something, but not about chess. So this is about Duda, I know for sure. And he's also combined by his coach on this side. And about Anand, I know he's very often traveling with his family, with the wife and the kid, which is adorable, and having some time between the rounds to chat a little bit. So these two players are just spending this rest time for something else, but not fully the preparation for the next one.
Indeed, yeah, no, it depends per player. Some players, they don't really want to do any preparation whatsoever in between the rounds.
Mhm.
They just want to clear their head. But some do and wanna do that. So it really depends on the players. And
Yes.
yeah, the next round should be starting in
2 minutes.
almost a minute.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes, and players are gathering now in the playing venue. I can see that on the video. I'm observing that there too. And not all the players are on the board now. So they are taking some time um, to just come back from the break. Um, And yeah, another match here in this round is very interesting. Anton Korbov and David Gavrilescu. Korbov started really nicely. He made a draw against Wesley So, and he had this imbalanced positions, but he held it nicely. And for David, this is quite challenging to him, right? It's not easy to play in the tournament when all your opponents are higher rated than you are.
Indeed, yeah, it's definitely probably the biggest challenge of his career. Yeah, he's playing now with the black pieces. Yeah, so also starting with two blacks, not easy. So we'll see how he will fare against Korbov. I've played against Korbov a couple times myself. He is definitely not an easy opponent. He generally plays pretty fast. He likes to put the pressure on his young opponents. So we'll see how Gavrilescu will do, and I'm very curious whether Fabiano Caruana can bounce back with a win against the young Christoph Duda.
Oh yeah, he needs to score a point there, but he has really tough opponents. Duda with white pieces again, 2 rounds in a row. Oh, sorry, with black pieces now. So maybe he wants to use this color, as we pointed out in the Blitz and Rapid. It really matters that you start first and you can choose the opening. Benjamin, maybe not many people knows about Korbov, but he managed to beat Magnus Carlsen in rapid game in 2016 at World Championship, and it is a really nice game, so you guys can check it out. It's on chess.com/players, and then you can just write down Anton Korbov, and you can find that game analyzed alongside with all the details. And we do have the first move in the game of Wojtaszek and Shevchenko. Uh, that's a guest move. That's a guest move. I see there is a guest who made first move on the board, and we have other games already started.
Indeed. So yeah, let's see. So which game do you want to have a look at in the beginning?
Mm, uh, it's too early to start to say like which is most interesting. I think Wojtaszek Shevchenko is very interesting opening. We're gonna have a lot
Okay,
of
yeah.
fun in there.
Aha. So Sashenko is playing the banker. We do not see that opening being played a lot at the top level. So
Mm-mm.
after a6, white has some options. White could just take the pawn on a6. That's a main move, which is what Wojtaszek does. And now what the players sometimes do is they play g6 to delay capturing this pawn. And there might be some lines where that makes sense, but we see black going e6 instead. I think white generally goes knight to c3. And there's some weird line where black takes on d5 and goes bishop e7. It looks very weird, but I know that it's a line, and I think it's actually sort of okay. So maybe that's what Shevchenko is going to go for in this game.
Yes, a6 is one of the critical moves here for white, as black striking back in the center after knight c3. Here white is taking some of the time. I'm a bit curious why he is thinking. He went knight to c3. White needs to hold the center and not to give up, because if white takes e6 pawn himself, then f takes c6, d pawn comes forward on a 5th rank, so black will have a lot of space in the center, and that's actually what black hoped by the sacrifices and this gambit. But instead now white is controlling the center by the knight. Knight on d5 seems to be quite a strong one. And knight to a6. That actually makes sense to me, because black wants to play knight to c7 and challenge this knight on d5. And the moment the knight lefts, for instance, if knight withdraws back on c3, black can go with d5 to get some of the space advantage.
Indeed. And yeah, someone mentioned in the chat, isn't bishop g5 an issue? I mean, bishop g5 here actually makes a lot of sense to put pressure on this knight. Black could give a check on a5, but I guess we could just drop back to d2. Black would probably have to go back to d8, and you would think that the bishop on d2 should be a slight improvement for the white position. So maybe that's what Wojtaszek is going to go for. Otherwise, a move like knight f3 always makes sense, of course, to keep developing. But it seems like Wojtaszek is out of book here, and perhaps Shevchenko managed to surprise him. So let's see whether it will pay off.
Yeah, here white has some of the choice of the moves. You can also play knight f6 to take this knight, and then develop your pieces on the king side. You can also play e3 to open up your light square bishop to go to c4. So I think Wojtaszek is taking this time because it's not the main line, and probably he did not really expect this bunker to happen here because it's not the main line as you mentioned at this level. But it's quite scary line. To me as a player, d4 player, I'm always scared of this kind of gambits here because if the thing goes wrong to you, it can go really wrong. So it will be just not slightly worse position, but you will lose right away. So that's why Wojtaszek is also one of the players who is very strong in the openings, and I'm sure he's just now considering some of these options he has on the board.
Indeed, yeah. So let's see what he's going to do here. But perhaps we can let's have a look at the game between Fabiano and young Christoph Duda. What do you say?
Yes,
Okay.
that's interesting.
So in this game, we have this line where we have this QGD where black goes for h6, bishop h4, and then bishop f5. Sometimes black goes for this line without the inclusion of h6 and bishop h4. So bishop f5 is a nice move because it controls this diagonal, but there's one little drawback, and that is that white can play the move queen f3. You have to move your bishop, and then white trades over here. And black has the two bishops, but black has these ugly pawns here on the king side. So we see Fabiano going king to d2, and now bishop to d3. And after knight b6, he trades the bishops on h7. And I mean, to me, white's position looks very pleasant. But maybe Duda is confident that he can hold this endgame.
Yeah, Benjamin, to me, it used to be also quite unpleasant to play this kind of queen's gambit decline position with bishop f5, and it was considered to be the bad one, early development of bishop f5 because of this queen f3 and these double pawns on the king side. But we recently had the game at Grand Prix, one of the legs of the Grand Prix, and black easily managed to hold the position, but it did not went. It actually black had really good chances to win. I cannot recall which game it was.
I think from Tabata Baye against Vichugov.
I think we were commentating even
yeah.
that. And this was the game, really funny game when white repeated or black repeated move 3 times to get the 40 moves to get increment, and then he was winning. He was completely winning, but he made wrong repetition and the game ended in a draw. So it was a really funny story, but as now Duda is also repeating this, I kind of have a bit feeling that they found a way to make a draw here, equalize the position easily with black.
Indeed, yeah. So yeah, in a lot of these lines, if black manages to like get the knight at d6, go pawn f5, black is generally very solid, and it's very difficult for white to ever do anything. But of course, your pawns are always a little bit weak. We see Duda playing move f5 here, and I'm very curious to see as to how Fabiano is gonna continue here. I think it's going to be difficult to get some sort of attack on the queen side going with b4, b5. Very often black also goes for a5 himself. So even though these pawns are ugly, they're very difficult to attack. So I expect more of a slow game here.
Yeah, me too. Maybe knight e2, knight f4, knight d3, just to get this knight on the king side. But then black can play bishop d6 to stop you coming on those 2 squares, and I'm sure black will be happy to capture the knight by the bishop. So knight e2 is on the board. Now knight g3 is a threat to get f5 pawn. Knight d6 you can guard it back, but another knight comes on h4, so 2 knights will hit the pawn on f5. So for this reason, Duda has to play now either bishop d6 or knight d6 right away. There is also rook g7 move to counterattack g2 pawn. Those are all these possibilities for black.
Indeed, yeah, you make a very good point. So knight d6 has just been played by Duda. And yeah, just to point out, I think if black were to play a move like a5, then probably we would have something like knight h4, hitting this pawn on f5, and if knight d6, then knight g3. And I think black is simply unable to defend this pawn, and white is probably technically winning in this kind of endgame. So knight d6 played by Jan Christoph Duda.
Yeah, 96. So now, Benjamin, if you play knight g3 and if you keep this plan still going on and hit the pawn on f5, black can play knight to e4 and counterattack on f2 pawn. So you can take my double pawn on f5, but I will take your healthy pawn on f2 and attacking your rook, and I'm very happy. And especially this trade will create e3 pawn weakness for white, and black can start to push h5, bishop h6, and start to hit this pawn. Oh, we have knight to g3, so I'm really curious what happens after knight e4.
Yeah, that's a good question. So let's see. So knight e4. Well, I guess if black goes knight e4, maybe we just go rook a to f1. And I chose this rook specifically because if you take, actually both captures look really good. If you take with the f pawn, then you're going to lose this pawn. But I think if you think with the h pawn is even better because rook h5 is coming, knight h4. And once again, I think if black loses this pawn, this endgame is just practically winning. So I think black just has to slowly improve the position with a move like maybe king d7, so the king can come to e6.
Yeah, this rook f1 is so weird looking move, but has a really strong outcome, and it makes actually black to lose the time after knight d4. And I totally agree, it's not time to lose any tempo here because black might lose the weakness on f5. And as I remember, black very often gets this king on e6 or f6, so maybe it's time to bring the king, as you just mentioned.
Indeed, yeah. So king e7 also makes a lot of sense, putting the king on f6 or on e6. So let's see what Duda is going to do. Bishop e7 also move, make sure white does not have knight h4. But either way, it's going to be like generally, I would think these endgames are a little bit unpleasant. But as you mentioned, Tabatabai in the Grand Prix showed that black can be absolutely fine in these endgames, and sometimes black can also be a little bit better.
Yes, there's also a question in the chat, how about rook g7 now to counterattack g2 pawn? I think it also makes sense to keep this rook on g file. Yeah, all these possibilities.
Yeah, rook g7 also makes a lot of sense. So perhaps, I mean, we'll see how this game will continue. Perhaps we can have a look at the game between Richard Rapport and Levon Aronian.
Yes, let's do that. It's quite an interesting position. Oh wow.
Wow, what is this?
Who's attacking? Who's attacking? Both
So
players.
indeed. So this started off as a Sicilian. I mean, Levon Aronian traditionally has always been an e4, e5 player, but lately he's also added the Sicilian to his repertoire. And Richard, instead of going for the main lines with d4 or bishop e5, he goes for the move bishop c4, knight c6, castles, knight f6, and d3. And this actually looks very similar to the game that Levon Aronian had with the white pieces against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the last tiebreak game.
Yeah. So then white started to chase the bishop right away, knight h4. Black made too many moves by the bishop, and white got all this space advantage on the king side. And now we have g5. Wow, that's nice. But by g5, you just stop the actions on the king side. But white said, anyway, I wanted to play f4, and you can't really stop me. Now knight gets on f4, and I have a feeling black is going to long castle here.
Yeah, no, I kind of like black's position. I think long castles, then maybe rook d to g8, and then h5 trying to blast open the white king. So we see Richard going knight to b3, but I mean, I think Levon, he's playing very confidently. Just like in the last game, he's playing quickly. He has 24.5 minutes on the clock. I was just about to say, I think he's going long castles pretty much instantly, and I think his position looks great.
He's in a very good shape, and for last few tournaments he's showing perfect preparation that chess player can have, and very often he has a lot of time on the clock, which additionally pressures his opponents, because that clearly says that I'm well prepared and you are in my line. So quite unpleasant situation for his opponents. Now we have d4. And what happens after c4? Because if you move this knight on d2, you drop the pawn on piece on f4. And after c4, you don't have much of the squares. You have to go on c5, which actually changes the pawn structure.
Indeed, yeah, it's a good question. Perhaps White could also consider trading here first and then moving the knight back to d2. I guess the knight could go to c5, but instead of that, we saw Levon trading on c2 first. So let's see how he will continue here. I mean, c4 is still a move, but I mean, I think White does get some activity when knight at c5, so perhaps he wants to take on d4 instead. And this pawn on d4 does become a bit vulnerable for White, I would think.
Yeah, another thing is you just ignore that and start to play on the king side, bring the rook on g8 and threaten knight g4, sacrifice there to open up the king, sacrifice a knight for 2 pawns. Or if you don't want to be so dramatic, you can always play just h5 to open up also the h file. So that's another idea Black can do here. Just ignore the center and go to the king side.
Yeah, I like that suggestion as well. We can also, yeah, always go for a move like h5, just trying to blast open the king side. So let's see what Levon is going to come up with. But yeah, I think he can definitely be very satisfied about the outcome of the opening. I mean, it looks like he has a great position with Black after only 20 moves.
Yes, and also in the first game against Caruana, he had quite pleasant position, a lot of time on the clock, so he is kind of saving his energy, because in the end of a day, like third rounds are always challenging, because you are definitely getting tired. And now we have h5 on the board. If White takes the pawn on c5 with a pawn or knight, you can just ignore that and take the pawn on g4 and open up your rook.
Indeed, yeah. So h5 played by Levon. So let's see what Richard is going to do here. But it looks tough for Richard here. So perhaps maybe we can have a look at the game between Wesley So and Vishy Anand.
Yes, let's go. Let's see that.
All
we
right.
haven't seen it yet. Oh wow, this is so complicated position. White's king has long castled, and now it's on the open c file. But seems like White's all the pieces are just more active than Black's.
Indeed. So this started off as the Nimzo with e3, and this line has recently become very popular, where White trades on d5 and goes a3. Black drops the bishop back, and White is delaying short castles, because in some cases, as we will see, White wants to go for long castles. So rook e8, f3, knight f8, long castles. So Anand tries to create counterplay on the queen, so to move b5, e4 played by Wesley, b4 takes, now comes e5, hitting the knight. We drop back to d7, knight a4, rook b8, and Wesley takes the pawn on c6. Quite a brave decision, but it's not easy for Black to prove the compensation here. Bishop b7 has just been played, so I guess queen c2, and we can always block with one of the knights on c3, I would think.
Yeah, just you can bring this a4 knights into the game. Oh, he keeps the queen there on the 6th rank. I would be scared to trap my queen there, but yeah, in the case if Black plays rook to e6, you always have this queen a3 move back there. But wow, that's a bit of decision here by Wesley to keep the queen on the Black side of the board.
Indeed, yeah, very interesting decision to keep the queen there. So let's see how Vishy will try to create some counterplay, but I think this one is going to be very exciting as well.
It's going to be, there's a question in the chat if White is going to run by the king on f2 square, which is here actually makes sense. Like if you're really scared of that king d1, king e1, king f2, but it's not so dangerous for the White's king there. Like there's not much of Black's pieces who are attacking this king. You can always cover this king by the knights, by the bishop, by the rook, and White can just use the king side for attack, like f4, f5, creating some space there, and then even push f6 if you need.
I agree, yeah. And yeah, you can always go for someone like king b1 and then bring the other rook to c1. So I think
Mhm.
white's king for the moment is still fairly safe on the queen side. But I like what Vishy just did here with bishop with rook e6 and bishop a6. I think if these bishops were to trade it off and the rook comes to a6, black gets some annoying counterplay towards the knight on a4. So we see bishop c2 instead by Wesley.
Yeah, he wants to keep this bishop on the board because he believes that this is a bishop which attacks the h7 square in the king side and also guards white's king. So uh, basically not to trade too much of the pieces will make white's king safer. And now as next move, white can play knight to f4 to attack the rook and d5 pawn, or white can also start to push the pawn on that file. f4, f5 is also quite tempting.
Indeed, that's another very nice idea. So, but in the meantime, Vishy has given up his bishop for the knight on e2. I guess Wesley is going to recapture.
Mhm.
And I'm curious as to how Vishy is going to follow up there. Maybe a rook to c6. I mean, I feel like black should have a pretty decent position. I mean, this knight can come to e6, hitting this pawn on d4. This queen could
Queen
always come out of
a5.
g or queen a5 as well, indeed.
Yeah.
Black has a lot of ideas. So, and okay, he's down a pawn, but I started to like black's position here, I have to say. Rook a6, interesting.
Okay, 6. He wants to pin the knight on a4, and I kind of have a feeling that Wesley's knight is just stuck there on a4, and gonna take a little bit more time to get this knight back into the game. And Vishy can start to put up some play on that file, like knight b6 now makes sense because there is a pin. Queen a5 also can be something, or queen c7 to pin the bishop. Yeah, it seems to me that black has here better play too.
Yeah, and I really like black's position. Black can always go for the move like knight e6 to hit this pawn on d4. So lots of ideas here for Vishy and not easy for Wesley. A move like queen d3 would be really nice if this knight was not on f8, but the knight does cover the square. So black can just move his rook to say c6, perhaps to put pressure on his bishop. And I think for just one pawn, black has a really good initiative.
Yeah, I agree with that. And seems like yeah, this strategy of long castle there and to open up also C file was not working for white. Benjamin, really interesting developments happen now in the game of Wojtaszek and Shevchenko. Let's go in there and check out what we have for now. Yeah, for the moment, this knight was on b4 and was creating a lot of danger to white's king, and white just ignored that pawn. A2 gave up that pawn and instead developed the king side. E3, bishop e2 was played, and now he's ready to castle, and he's hoping that after castle he has pair of bishop. That's advantage, and this pair of bishop can just start to be danger for black. And yeah, black's pieces are not very much coordinated. Like for instance, if you castle, there will be bishop d6 moves, like already c5 pawn can be hanging after castle. Yeah, a bit of danger here for black.
Indeed, yeah. So let's have a very quick look as to how we got here. We left off after knight takes a6. So Wojtaszek played the move bishop to g5, bishop e7 was played, and now he traded his knight for the bishop and played knight f3, h6, bishop f4, queen e4, e3, and knight b4. So black was starting knight at c2 check, which is why rook c1 was played. Black took the pawn on a2, rook c4, queen b7, and bishop e2. The problem for white is that white can never take this pawn on c5, because then black has to move queen b4 check, and you lose the rook on c5. So that's why bishop e2. And I would think if white manages to consolidate here, he should be doing pretty well, but perhaps black can play someone like d5. And we notice we cannot take here because of queen b4. So then the question becomes like, where do we go with
Rook a4?
this rook?
Rook a4?
Right, maybe.
Yeah, if you take this rook, I will take by the queen, give you a check, and knight a2 is hanging. So that's not gonna happen. It's not good to happen for black for sure. And after rook a4, I want to castle next move, and then I'm happy to take any of black's pawns.
Indeed, yeah. So, I mean, I guess black also castles here.
Mhm.
Maybe, I mean, bishop d6 is a move, but it does feel a little bit risky because we haven't castled yet. So white could castle here, but of course this does give black the time to do something. So I don't really know what is happening. I mean, these pawns here are a bit vulnerable, but the pawn on b2 can also be a bit of a weakness because it's isolated.
Yeah, yeah. For instance, knight e4 can be played to avoid this knight bishop d6 move, and then black can just try to develop the bishop as well, like bishop d7, bishop b6, and start to play on the queen side. And as you pointed out, this b2 pawn is actually a weakness, and black is already attacking. White is not guarding yet, so yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. What is Wojtaszek's idea after d5? Because rook is running out of the moves after d5.
Indeed, yeah. So let's see whether Shevchenko will go for the move, and perhaps we can have a look at the game between Anton Korbov and David Gavrilescu, because we haven't had a look yet at that game in this round.
Yeah, that's right. We already have the end game there, where white has a rooks and the bishop versus knight and the bishop. And it all came from Queen's Gambit. Is it Queen's Gambit declined? Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, this is a pretty sharp line of the Queen's Gambit decline. White can go for the move bishop h4, and things get very sharp here, but Korbov had another idea. He traded on f6 and played queen a4 check. So here black only has one move. Black has to play knight c6 to block the check and simultaneously defend the bishop on b4. But the point of white is that this knight on c6 is sometimes a little bit misplaced. Black cannot play the move c6 to guard this pawn over here, and black can also not play the move c5 to put pressure on the center. So knight f3, castles, rook c1, a6, a3, takes, queen g6, queen d1, rook e8, h3, bishop f5, and knight h4. And I would think white is maybe a tiny bit better here, but black does have some activity here. White could not take on b7 because there was knight c5, and black just wins the game. So white played rook to c2. But now after d4, I kind of like black's position. You're hitting the pawn on e3, so e4 was played, but this does give black the square on f4 for his knight. And
Yeah.
black could now decide to take the pawn on g2. What do you think?
I would take it. I would take it for sure because this knight will not be trapped. The knight can always come back on f4. So this knight is not a challenge here for white. And here we have knight to g2. Maybe white is hoping for rook c7 to counter attack this pawn on b7. And when you guard this pawn by the rook, then bishop to c4 to look for some more counterplay on the f7 square. So here we have this rook to c7. But what happens after b5? You just stop me to play bishop to c4. And I'm kind of running out from the ideas.
Yeah, I think b5 is a great multi-purpose move. The pawn on b7 is under attack, and white also wants to go bishop c4. So you also stop that. And what's actually really nice about taking this pawn on g2 is that now the f4 square becomes an outpost. With a g pawn still on the board, white could always go g3 to kick the knight, but now there's nothing really challenging this knight over here. So I think, yeah, b5 looks like a great move. And I feel like Korbov might be in some trouble here. I mean, if black goes knight f4 back, how is black not just up a pawn? I feel like white doesn't have quite enough.
In case of b5 or in case of knight? In case of b5, I'm thinking in case of b5, white can go all in and play a4 to challenge this b5 pawn. If you take my a4 pawn, you're gonna have a double pawns there, and I will play bishop to c4. And you know, Benjamin, I'm a bit scared of this idea of open up the h file because white will also have something like g5 at some point. And there will be too much happening on the open h file. So now black has to go passive like rook f8 to guard f7. And you can always play rook h5, rook f5, or go g5, but you have to calculate that.
Yeah,
I just don't
yeah,
have enough time to calculate g5 move, but looks tempting, even this one.
in the rook h5 might be moved to come to the f5 square. One thing you do have to reckon with though is that black might be able to go rook b8, create some very quick counterplay over here. But we see Korobov going for rook h5 right away. Maybe he wants to come to f5 and hit the pawn over here that way.
Looks nice. Looks nice. Yeah, and this rook h5, I like it even like when the knight goes back on f4, you always have rook f5, a move which attacks the f7 pawn and the knight at the same time. So in that lines, like you can always take f7 pawn, and which guarantees you a draw, but you can always go for more. Yeah, maybe it's time for black to go with knight back on f4 and then take the bishop on d3.
Yeah, black could go knight f4, but then I guess we go rook to f5. And if you take on d3, I don't know if we could do this, but if we take on d3, now I'm starting to like white's position because the rooks are pretty active. We're hitting this pawn on f7. This pawn on d4 is also going to drop off. So I think if anyone's better here, it's probably white. So let's see what Gavrilescu is going to do here. I really like this move rook h5 by Korobov because rook to f5 seems really difficult to stop.
Yeah, I also like that move. And if nothing happens here, you can always play with white, bishop to c2, bishop to b3, just to get this bishop on this open file, and the rook there too. Yeah, that's nice. So I kind of have some drawbacks with this knight g2 move. Maybe it was not really good to take the pawn on g2.
Yeah, it's very difficult to say. I think it was probably the right decision, but the position is still very difficult. So yeah, we'll see how this game will continue. Well, what game do you want to have a look at now?
Do you want to check out something else, some other game?
Sure. Yeah, which game do you want to have a look at?
I think most critical now and sharp is the game Richard Rapport and Levon Aronian. As you can see now, all the boards, all the games on the screen. And that is, I think that's double-edged position.
Indeed, yeah. So after queen takes c2, Levon followed up with the move h5, queen f5 check, king b8, and now knight at g2. A very surprising decision by Richard. But his idea is that if black were to capture on g4, he wants to go bishop f4, hitting the queen. The queen cannot move because then you put yourself in check. And if you go bishop d6 to block, white can take this knight on f6. So instead of that, Levon played king a8, bishop f4, and queen b6. White took the pawn over here, queen b5, g5, knight e4. It's getting extremely sharp here. Rook hg8, h4, and f6. I have no idea what's happening over here. What do you think?
I don't know what's happening either. But what I see is a lot of pieces are hanging. Like the pawn on d5 is hanging. F6 pawn is not hanging, but there's also a move like knights to d4. I think white is just normal now. It's not so bad. I would just take the pawn on d5.
Yeah, that's a good question. Like whether white can take on d5. I mean, if you can, white might just be winning because this knight on e4 is suddenly losing all of its support. I guess Levon wants to take on g5. I mean, he's hitting this bishop over here. And it's very difficult to say how exactly this is going to play out. I mean, we can take over here. And things are probably not that easy for black because if you take on g5 with a knight, we can take on d8. The problem is if you take with a rook, then you hang your knight over here. And I mean, if you take with a knight, you get checkmated right away with queen c8 and queen b8. You could maybe get away with bishop d8. I mean, if there's a check king here, the knight is still covering this square, but it's not looking good.
Knight d4?
Now,
Knight d4,
that's a very nice
queen
move.
c5 and bishop b8.
Oh, that's a very nice line. Yeah, so with knight d4, we want to distract this knight from c6 because if you take it's checkmate. And if you take on c5, bishop b8, then black cannot take because you hang your queen. But maybe black can still get away with king b6.
It's crazy.
I don't know.
That's rook f5, I think, after that.
But there's also
if
the
black
move
can
bishop e3.
survive there. Oh yeah, that's also nice.
That also, yeah.
There's also
So
yeah, after bishop goes away, there is always rook f5, which is quite unpleasant for black to kick this queen from the queen side.
indeed. So yeah, let's see what Richie is gonna do here. But probably he's calculating lines like these before going rook takes d5. And yeah, like I said, I don't really see it for Levon. It's looking pretty tough because if you go rook takes d5 first, then we're gonna take here. Now your rook is under attack and your knight. So it feels like white might be winning here after rook takes d5.
The problem is the knight only for. When you take this d5 pawn, then you're not only winning the pawn, but the knight, black's knight is hanging, and the knight has no square to go, and it's quite hard to guard this knight. Maybe queen e2 at some point, but also this queen e2 creates not too much danger for white's king. I'm really curious what happens after rook to d5. What is Aronian's plan? I'm sure he has something planned here. Otherwise, he would not just play because he has 16 minutes on the clock. Oh, rook d5 just happened.
Indeed, and rook takes d5 has just been played by Richard Report. So let's see what Levon has in mind here. But yeah, black needs something good here because otherwise it feels like his position is just collapsing. And after f takes g5, Richard decided to take on d8 right away. So I guess now you take with the rook, right? Because I mean, taking with the bishop looks very dangerous as we just saw.
Yes, you just don't cut this back rank from the rook. This will be really dangerous to allow white to get this queen on c8. He have enough time to figure it out how to checkmate black's king there. So bishop takes on d8 and h takes g5. That's scary to me. That's scary to me because knight on e4 is just hanging.
Indeed, yeah, the 94 is just hanging. And perhaps black can still take this pawn over here or defend this knight with someone like queen d3 or queen e2. But I don't know, it doesn't feel like black has quite enough here. So we'll see how Levon will try to complicate here.
Yeah, that's right. In this case, if black has to take actually on c5, there's no other square for the knight. But in that case, white's pawn is already on g5, and it's like advanced so much, and white can always use that and push the pawn g6, g7, and try to threaten this promotion on the back rank. So black has most of the pieces on the queen side, and the king side is just a bit lonely there, and white can easily use that.
Indeed, yeah. So let's see what is going to happen here. Perhaps we can have a quick look at the game between Caruana and Duda to see how that endgame is progressing. All right.
Yes.
So I kind of like what Fabiano did here. After knight at d6, so knight g3 was played, bishop e7, knight at h5, knight e4, rook af1. And here he came up with a very nice plan to go h3, rook g8, and rook g1. And eventually, he is preparing the move g4, I feel. But king d3, a5. Now another instructive move by Fabiano, he played the move a4. Now, you might be wondering, with the move a4, we give up the b4 square, but we also stop black from gaining more space on that side of the board. King c7, king to e2, rook f8, and now he goes for g4. Because he feels like this trade should favor him, he can try to use the h file later on to hit this pawn on h6. The rook g8 was played, and now I'm very curious as to how he will continue here.
Yeah, these knights are controlling too much of the squares, and usually knight is very tricky piece as it's always danger of the fork, and now there is a double danger for black with these knights. White's pawn structure is perfect. King is in the center, controlling all these main points. And maybe there's not any straightforward ideas here for white or the moves, but it's so difficult to play here with black. You might make some mistakes. You might push the pawn f6 and then give up the square control light squares and just block the dark square bishop. So my idea here is just to play the safe moves for white, maybe f3, rook g2 slowly, and just wait for black to make some changes and use that changes later. But yeah, rook g2, rook h1, rook h2 makes sense here to me to attack h6 pawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, f3 makes sense, but also, yeah, someone like rook to g2, so you can switch the other rook over. It looks very pleasant for Fabiano. He's also up 3 minutes on the clock, so I'm curious to see how he will continue here. But so far, I really like how he's played this game. It, as we mentioned before, it might seem kind of counterintuitive to exchange the double pawn on f5, but by doing so, he creates this open h file by which he can start attacking this pawn on h6.
Yeah, that's right. This looks the most peaceful game in the second round today. In the other games, there was a very interesting game between Wesley So and Vishy Anand. Seems like Wesley made a very interesting decision to give up e pawn for
Yeah,
some activity.
Yeah, quite a surprising decision by Wesley. Rook a6, queen e3, queen a5. You play the move e6. Now the point is that if black were to take with the knight, now all of a sudden this pawn on h7 is no longer defended. So Vishy just took with the pawn, but I don't really see how this should worsen his position. I think black is still doing perfectly fine. So I guess Wesley gave up that pawn because he might have felt like, okay, if I don't do that, and let's say he goes something like rook h1, right? Maybe what he was worried about is black going g6. Then let's say he moves this knight back, kind of like in the game. Then the knight coming to e6, and all of a sudden black had so many threats. So I think this is the reason why he gave this pawn, to make sure black never can get this knight here. But still, I think black is doing great in the current position.
Yeah, that's a very good point. As you just demonstrate, not to allow black's knight to active, and also maybe at some point he wants to have a target. Maybe six pawn will be targeting in the end game, or something like f4, f5 to open up a little bit more lines and diagonals on the king side. So he has a target as well. And when you have e5 pawn, your idea is to attack on the king side by the pawns f4, f5, g4, but it takes forever. So he created this weakness on e6, and there is an idea to attack it with f4, f5.
Indeed, yeah. So let's see how Vishy is going to continue here. So far, he's played a great game. He's up 6 minutes on the clock, and he has a big attack on the queen side. I mean, after someone like queen a1 check, there still is bishop b1 to defend this pawn this way. So let's see what Vishy is going to do here to try to increase the pressure. I mean, perhaps just doubling the rooks, hitting this pawn on b2 makes a lot of sense. But yeah, either way, black should be doing great here.
Yeah, I also like the idea knight b6, knight c4 to bring more pieces on the in the game on the queen side. So this knight from c4 will attack the pawn on b2, and I'm really struggling to find here a move for white to guard b2 pawn. And if you drop that pawn, then the king will be really not safe there.
In the knight b6 to c4, I really like that plan as well. So yeah, let's see how Vishy is going to continue here. Some of the chatters were wondering why Alireza is not playing. I mean, I think Alireza just wanted to use the Grandchester event in Romania, probably to play some classical before the candidates tournament. Otherwise, it would be almost, I mean, I wouldn't want to say a year, but it would definitely be like eight months or something, for which he had not played a single classical game. So maybe that's why he chose that event and not this one.
Yeah, but also there is some limit of the tournaments you can choose, right? So there are 2 classical tournaments and 3 Rapid Blitz tournaments, so 5 in total, and you have to choose. It either is up to you or up to the organizers. I think it's up to you, and you're choosing in advance which tournaments you want to play. and he chose to play in Romania classical chess, and he will play next of the events, which are in Croatia, then in St. Louis, and the other is also in St. Louis, as I remember. Like two of them are in USA. So he made this
Yeah,
decision maybe by himself, and that's why he's not here.
yeah, no, indeed. Sometimes, yeah, no, yeah. Actually, St. Louis usually has the Sinfield Cup, and then right
Mhm.
after the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. So yeah, maybe he will play in one of those events. We will see. And we see Vishy going for the move Queen at A1. So now let's see. White has three moves. I mean, Knight B1 hangs the pawn on B2. I guess we take with the Rook, and that looks crushing. Bishop
King
B1 is a
D2
move
more.
to guard this, but there's also King D2. So we hit the Queen on A1. So we probably have to take over here.
Yes.
There is
B1
Rook
now.
B1, but after Queen A3, our Rook on B8 is defended.
It is defended, but it's kind of you just can trade this rook on a b8, knight b8, and maybe your king has not too much of the pressure now, and you can play something like knight to b5, or to activate the knight somewhere, or rook e1 and rook b1 then.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, so I guess White should take, and then maybe Rook E1 to bring this Rook around. But I don't know. I would think that Black still should be doing pretty well here. I mean, we're up a pawn,
Yeah.
and Black's king should still definitely be safer than White's king over here. I mean, this knight on C3 is always kind of loose if we play someone like Queen A5 and create this pin. So I kind of like it for Anand, and he's also up 5 minutes on the clock.
Yes, he has more time, and he seems to be in a very good shape, even though he has not played chess for a long time. He only plays nowadays Bundesliga in Germany. He likes to go to Germany, and as he mentioned, he has an even apartment there, and he spends a lot of time with the family. So that's the only classical tournaments he's playing nowadays. He's playing some of the Blitz and Rapid tournaments, but Benjamin, I was a bit shocked to learn how much rating he lost in the last tournament he played in Azerbaijan, which was Vugar Gashimov Memorial Tournament, and he lost in rapid 72 rating points, and in Blitz 66 rating points. That's a lot. That's a
Yeah,
lot.
it can be pretty tough, these events. Yeah, I mean, if it's not your, like, in classical, if it's not your day, you're just gonna lose one game, right? But in rapid and blitz, you're gonna play a lot of games, so you can lose a lot of rating in one single day. So that is definitely something that can be quite tough. But yeah, it happens. It happens. Pretty much everyone has been there.
I would like to say I have never been there too. I have also been there. All of us have been there, and yeah, we have some not not lucky tournaments and not lucky days, but good start matters so much in the rapid and blitz tournaments. It's very important to have also some confidence in yourself. And just to score some of the points, as Vishy just did, he beat Wojtaszek in the first round, and he's having really good game. So very likely, it seems like he's in a good shape.
Yeah, no, definitely. He's playing great chess so far. I really like the move knight at e6, and knight is ready to jump to b4. And if White doesn't do anything about it, I think he's just getting crushed. I mean, with the knight coming to b4, we're hitting the queen. This knight is also still under attack, so White would have to go somewhere like here. But then after a move like queen to b2, I don't see how White is keeping everything together. So it's looking really tough for Wesley. Perhaps he has to try to initiate a queen trade, but I think that Black would always want to keep the queens on the board and then just follow up the attack with knight to b4.
Yeah, queen is if they trade the queens, that will be huge really for White, and White will try to make a draw, and it's very likely that can happen. So the bad thing for White is that there are plenty of squares for Black's queen, and it will be not traded for sure, and black will just move away. King is really bad. Remember earlier our chat suggested to bring this king on f2 in just 2 moves. It was a good time. Now it's too late, I think.
Indeed, yeah, because his knight on c3 is so loose, so it's always going to hang in a lot of variations.
Yeah.
And yeah, Wesley getting under 2.5 minutes on the clock. So yeah, Vishy is playing a great game here. Is there another game? Hey, go ahead.
I think the game Richard Rockford and Levon Aronian is yeah, it just ended in a draw. There was quite sharp game, and I would expect any result here, but not draw. This is this complicated position.
Yeah, it was a very up and down game. After rook takes d5, Aronian took on g5. Then a trade happened and bishop c7. I don't really understand why Richard didn't recapture over here, but perhaps he missed that black has this move rook e8. And now the problem is if you take this knight over here, black has bishop c5 with a check on the king and you lose your queen. So he went rook to e1, hitting this knight over here, which also looks good, but there was knight takes c5. And somehow something, maybe it was this move, I don't know what he missed. But somehow black managed to stay in the game. And here, the material is actually equal. So knight d1 was played, knight f4, takes g6. Aronian gave up his knight, but he captures white. Last pawn, and with a knight and 3 pawns. I mean, if you lose all of your pawns, it's still a draw. So there's no way white.
If you lose your knight, it's not a draw, Benjamin.
Yeah.
If you somehow just lose your, if white has king close to the queen side and somehow magically wins this knight, it's not a draw.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. It depends on the placement of the pawns. Like let's say this pawn on let's say this pawn is on b2, then you'll have to block with your knight on the promotion square. So then there's no way you can win. But if the pawn is blocked very early on, then very often white can win. But yeah, as it was, the game just ended in a draw. And we just got news that Vishy Anand beat Wesley So, and Wesley just resigned after 96.
After 96, there was no, he couldn't find any move. Then he just resigned there because what's the point to continue this game? Knight b4 comes right away. You're losing the either knight on c3 or the bishop on c2, and he definitely doesn't want to try this one, and I gave it up.
Indeed, yeah. So great win here for Vishy. He moves to 2 out of 2, and yeah, let's see whether anyone can catch up with him in the standings. But I doubt. I think Vishy will take an early lead in this tournament.
Quite impressive from chess legend who announced the retirement some years ago from classical chess, but he still plays some of the rapid games. We have 2 games down, 3 to go. This is the second round in the rapid portion. We have still one last round today, which starts at 5 p.m. local time, but still we have these 3 rounds to go. And the game, which is between Korobov and Gavrilescu, looks very interesting.
Yeah, so we left off after the move rook h5 by Anton. Knight f4 was played, rook f5, knight e6. He grabbed the pawn on g5, and now knight g5, rook c7, knight takes e4 check, and king d1. Now the tricky thing is if white manages to go rook f7, white is very close to winning, I would think, with the 2 rooks on a 7 rank, which is why knight g5 was played. But now came f4, rook to e3, and bishop takes b5. A nice tactic by Korobov. He realizes that he's going to lose the bishop, but in the process, he might as well snap off this pawn. And it's an important pawn, because if black recaptures, we're going to take here. And now if we take this pawn over here, we suddenly have 2 connected passers. And Gavrilescu also getting down to 2 minutes on the clock. It's looking pretty tough for him.
Yeah, that's a truly tough decision here. If you save your knight and you play knight to 6, then bishop comes on c4, pins this knight. And then second, the rook will get on the 7th rank, and these 2 rooks and the bishop together, that's a huge power. So after knight f5, now this knight is pinned, maybe king to h8 to play. But in that case, after king h8, white can just play. First of all, white can always play just to take this knight and rook f7. Or just to play here rook e7.
Yeah, rook e7 also a nice move, hitting the knight. The knight will probably have to go back to f8. It's the only square. But then, I mean, let's say we trade and we go king e2. I mean, we're going to pick up this pawn. We already have an extra pawn. This rook can always swing over here. Black is just so passive that I think white should just be winning here. So looking very tough for Gavrilescu, who's down to his last minute on the clock.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, Benjamin, but something really crazy is happening in the game of Caruana and Duda. Some piece sacrifice just happened. So let's take a look. Knight from e4 went to f2.
Indeed. So let's have a look. So b3, rook to g7, h4, knight e4. And after rook h3, f6, knight f3, Duda, out of the blue, sacrifices knight on f2. I think it's a good practical decision. So let's see what Fabiano should do. I mean, if you take with the rook, Black is going to take with his rook over here, and you're in check, and you're going to lose the knight. So that's not what you want to do. You can take with the knight, but then Black perhaps can take here.
Is not this extra knight for white?
Right, but Black does
Knight
pick up a
g5
lot of
here.
pawns. Knight g5 looks winning because if you take there's knight h3, but maybe there's still.
You can
rook
give
to
a check, but I
d1.
play king to c2 or e2, and then when you take king e2, and when you take the rook on f1, their knight e6 move.
Right, that's a good point. Yeah.
But there's
Yeah, well,
rook
after
e7
king
here.
e2, maybe there's a check here or here. I don't know. But let's say we go to d2 indeed, and if you take, there is knight e6. We pick up this rook over here, but in the process, a lot of white still has plenty of pawns on the board. You would think. So I don't know. It's difficult to evaluate, but I feel like Fabiano should still be better somehow.
Yeah, Duda made this decision to I think simplify the position because he felt like he was worse and he could not hold this. We were talking about this, right? At some point, the position is so passive for Black and so not easy to play that he will make some decisions, and he made this decision now to sacrifice a piece for some counterplay, and he's clearly shown by this move that he's ready to make a draw, and he will accept the draw here in this position.
Indeed, yeah. So let's see how Fabiano is going to continue here. You can take with the king, but there's bishop takes e3, and then I mean the g4 pawn is also hanging. So not an easy decision here. Fabiano dropping below 4 minutes, but he still has that edge on the clock. And he's taking with the knight, and bishop takes e3 by Duda. That's quite surprising to me.
Oh. Bishop e3. That's so he wants to take the pawn on d4. White can play king to d3, and in that case, if you play king to d3, Black has this move bishop f2, rook f2, and rook to g4. So you can get h6 pawn here, but then Black can activate the rook. Rooks maybe rook f4 to pin the knight, or even rook e4.
Yeah, no, those moves indeed make sense. But Duda chose to move rook g to e7. I mean, he's trying to go for some sort of attack here, but I don't really see it happening. I mean, I feel like white is all like, let's say we go knight d1 and this bishop moves somewhere,
Do you
right? I
think
feel
Duda
like
is bluffing here by playing so fast these moves, bishop e3 and rook e7?
maybe, yeah, but maybe this was just what he wanted to go for. I think the line with rook takes e3 looked much more promising, and here it feels like Black is just down a pawn for insufficient compensation. But yeah, we'll see how he will try to fight on here. But I feel like Black should not have enough compensation here.
Yeah, I agree. He seems like to be a compensation. After knight d1, maybe bishop f4 has been played here. He's just keeping the pieces on the board. Maybe he wants to play rook e4 next move to go after g4 pawn. Or rook e2 is also a possibility there to get this rook on the second rank. But the thing is that these two knights are controlling all the important squares, like d2 square, e3 square is just controlled by the knights. And now I'm starting to think this is quite practical decision from Duda, because also white cannot really move around freely. Like there are not too much of the moves for white either.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Yeah, it's not an easy position to play for white. But yeah, as you mentioned, the important squares are covered currently. Maybe he just wants to go rook e2 and just sort of sit there. But once again, like white covers all of the important squares, so it's very difficult to see what black exactly is gonna do. I mean, knight h4 might make sense, but there's bishop g5. And then if you go knight f5, then there might be like rook e2 and rook d2 could be annoying. So
Then
we'll
knight
see.
to e3. Yeah, I can do that. Knight to e3 to
That's a nice move, yeah. And then this rook is
deactivate
all
these
of a
two
sudden a
rooks.
little bit trapped. Like we have so many defenders or like around our king that I don't think we have to be too worried.
Rook to h1 has been played here by white. He wants to play rook e1 to trade some of the pieces. If rooks are off the board, that will be just a winning position for white, because these knights can get activated. This knight can start to attack black's weaknesses, and just the bishop is not enough to hold the position. So rook to e1 now is a threat. Perhaps black has to stop this by bishop to g3. But after rook g1, I'm struggling to find a move here for black.
Indeed,
Rook,
yeah.
bishop g3 and rook g1, yeah.
But it said that Duda played rook to e4.
Rook
It makes
e4.
sense because now if we go rook to e1, we're not threatening to take on e4. Like let's say black just waits. We never want to take here because then black takes with a fork. So I don't know. Rook e1 still feels like the move, but then I wonder how we follow up here because we cannot go knight d2 because then we hang this rook. We go knight c3, then we allow rook to e3. So still not that easy to improve the position.
Yep, that's right. The knight c3 has been played. He allowed knight to e3 check. Knight e3, king goes to c2. That's possibility here. I was thinking maybe bishop to d6, bishop to b4 to chase this c3 knight. And if you just drop this knight back, then you allow bishop rook e2 here. But this should be calculated really well because h6 pawn now is hanging, and maybe black just doesn't want to drop that pawn.
Indeed, yeah, the h6 pawn is an important pawn because then f6 is also hanging. So instead of that, yeah, so knight c3 was played, rook to e3 check. Okay, king c2 is going to be played. You don't want to go king e2 because then you get yourself into a discovery. So yeah, king c2 therefore by Fabiano. And now it's very, very interesting to see how Duda will continue. I feel like white's king is pretty safe over here on c2. The knight on c3 is really covering a lot of important squares. And if black doesn't come up with something quickly, he might just be down a piece and he might just, lose the game.
How about rook g8 here to attack g4 pawn?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense because if we go knight h4 here, then there's rook takes g4 and this bishop is defended. Because I think that's why it's main idea to go knight h4 here and then knight f5. And then I feel like black's pieces get kicked out. We control a lot of important squares. Actually, there's a funny line. Like, let's say black goes here. I think knight h4 is very nice. We hit the bishop. And if the bishop goes back to g5, we go knight f5. And where's this rook going to go? Because the knights cover all the squares. And if you go to e6, then guess what? Knight g7. And you lose the exchange.
Yeah, these knights are just so dangerous. So for this reason, rook g8 has been played earlier, attacking the pawn on g4, and he knows that if he allows this knight h4 f5, he'll have very bad position. So then he plays rook bishop to d6. Now in this position makes more sense because rook is no longer on h file and h6 pawn is not hanging. So maybe he wants to play next bishop b4, and also f4 bishop is no longer there and it will not be hanging if now white plays knight to h4.
Indeed, yeah. So bishop d6 played. I guess he wants to go for bishop to b4, so that makes a lot of sense. Perhaps knight e1 by Fabiano. I mean, we could put the knight on d3, making sure bishop b4 is never an issue, and hit the pawn on f6. But both players getting very low on the clock here. They're both around 40 seconds.
Oh, they're playing on this second, so soon we will see here some of the crazy continuation, although there is 10 seconds increment. And usually in the Blitz tournament, we have 3+2, only 2 seconds increment. And this 10 seconds increment makes big difference. So they cannot just make any mistakes because it's going to cost them a lot. So 91 has been played. Now another rook, F rook is open, and his white is threatening to take this F6 pawn. Is not it time to play bishop to b4, attack the knight, and then get this rook on the second rank, or even to play rook e4 to go after g4 pawn?
Indeed, he just plays rook
G6.
g6 instead. I mean, I think maybe just knight at d3, slowly but surely improving the position. Looks like a nice move. I wonder, I mean, black could go like rook h3 and rook h2, but I don't think it's something that ever really bothers us. And it feels like black just doesn't have quite enough for the piece. I mean, he has his pawn on c6, which isn't really, doing too much, and the f or the h pawn over here. So black doesn't really have any, dangerous passers. So I think white should be doing really well here.
Rook to h3, and knight very quickly went to f4. Seconds on the clock. Duda has to make a move now. He has to take the knight. Oh, he gave a check. And now if he moves this rook back, the knight comes on h5. I think he has to take this knight on f4 and try to hold this position. Maybe next h5? Take the knight and then h5.
I agree. But instead of that, he goes rook to g8. This Fabiano, I mean, knight e6 is a move, but the knight is a little bit loose there. So I don't know if that is the way to go. We could, of course, always drop the knight back. But then I guess black comes back with the rook to defend the pawn over here. And Duda made that last
Benjamin,
move
if you
with
play
8
knight
seconds on the
e6,
clock.
there is king d7, rook f6, and king e7. Maybe that's white is a little bit too tight there, and the pieces are hanging. So knight d2 has been played. Another knight came to the game and supported the f4 knight. And meanwhile, the game between Korbov and Gavrilescu just ended, and Korbov managed to convert the endgame quite convincingly. And now we have 2 last games in the progress.
Indeed, yeah, very nice win by Korbov. The problem for black is that this king is just too far, just cut off too far, and white also has this extra pawn. So he managed to win quite convincingly. But yeah, since this one is heating up, we'll stay here. I wonder if Duda can take on g4. Do we have rook takes f6? Because we do hit this bishop over here. And Duda 2 seconds. Knight e3 played instantly instead. Rook g6 looks forced though. But I think Fabi just wants to
5. This
Knight
bishop
f5
will be
looks
chased
nice.
by the knights. And if you play bishop f8, it's so passive there. Knight f4 comes into the game. Oh, that's getting really scary for black. Knight f5.
Yeah.
Rook h1.
Rook h1's played instead. I mean, you have to make a move and then meet knight f5 with bishop to f8. And even though white is doing great, I think black is still kind of in the game. So now knight f8.
What's that? King a7?
It's a bit of a weird move, yeah. But I mean, he had to make some move. I mean, the time was ticking.
Oh,
Yeah.
king a7. So either he wants to push c5 at some point when the knight jumps, or he wants to play b5 because he knows if he's not going to create a counterplay on the queen side and not trading the pawns, he will lose the game. So this is a time when you have to prepare that. So after, for instance, now bishop f8, maybe he wants to push c5 to try to trade more pawns, or even b5.
Indeed, yeah. And here a move like knight f4 might be nice hitting the rook, but I guess the rook goes to g5 to hit this knight on f5. I think it would be really nice.
Rook f5, knight f8, that trade can happen.
Yeah, so rook g3 was played by Fabiano, but now rook to g5. A nice move by Duda, because if he were to trade on g3, he was simply going to lose everything. And now, I mean, white should be winning here,
decision
but
from black, because bishop is so passive. Look, this bishop has no squares now.
yeah, and I was going to say, I like this move b5 by Duda. He wants to trade up more pawns, because if there's no pawns left on the board, then white cannot win. So knight e3, but I mean, let's say you go king b6, right? You can trade on a4 any moment. And then, I mean, you're very close to trading off another set of pawns. And then, and actually, we have to keep in mind that Duda has 3 pawns. for the piece.
Yeah.
He's
Oh
not
yeah,
doing
that's
too bad.
okay. Yeah, yeah, I like that more now. King b6. You just wait here open. If the knight moves from g3 to f5, then black will start to push the pawn. So for this reason, white played knight to h5, just to make sure that pawns on the king side is not moving forward. And for now, c5 is also stopped as the d5 pawn is hanging by the check. Unless you want to give it up, like you can also play a takes b takes a4, b takes a4, c5, knight d5, and then king to c6, and try to trade more pawns.
Indeed, yeah. So knight h5, Duda's got to move. Okay, bishop e7 was played, and okay, but maybe now knight f5, and I guess it's not that easy because, like, let's say we go knight f5, right? And the bishop goes back to f8. Maybe now knight f6 is annoying. We threaten to go knight d7. Also, knight h7 is an idea to deflect the bishop of this pawn on h6. The only thing Fabiano has to be careful of is that Duda doesn't somehow trade off all of the pawns on the board. But as we speak, that has just been played, knight f5 and knight f6.
All right, now if king goes back on c7, that's a bit passive move. I think black just has to move the bishop away, bishop b4, bishop a3, and then somehow focus on c5 move. Instead, he goes king a6, so there will be no forks. But here, as you mentioned, there's knight to h7 or d7 for going after this bishop. Bishop has only 2 squares now, bishop b4 or bishop to a3. Bishop a3 has happened.
Indeed, and now he picks the pawn on h6, and I like the knight on d7 because it's making sure that black cannot play c5 easily. And I feel like Duda just, it felt like it should have been a draw, but now I feel like white should be winning here. I mean, it depends. Like, if we can pick up the pawn on g5, white should be in really good shape, but that does not seem to be that easy.
Yeah, this bishop is just in the end game. If there's a bad bishop, it's a bad bishop, and you can help it. So that's what dark square bishop does here. King went back to b7, so he wants to play king to c7. If knight goes on c5, maybe bishop a3. Oh no, there's knight can go on c5, Benjamin. Like, if you take that knight, then I will keep the pawn on c5, and I will have at least 2 pawns on c5 and a4, which is enough to win.
Indeed. So the knight went to f6, and I don't know, like, we can always come back to c5 to block. And it seems difficult for black to make a move here. First of all, I think a takes b5 is a threat. King b6 was played, so you could recapture with the king, but I don't know. I feel like white should be winning here somehow. Knight e6 is a very nice move because now it's difficult for black to move. Your bishop has to keep defending this. If king b7, you might allow this. I mean, maybe king a6, which is what he goes for.
But what if black just waits and plays this king a6, king b6 move? Like, white, how white is going to win this endgame? That's also a question, because if you chase the g5 pawn with knight h7, then you allow this pawn to be pushed forward. And yeah, this pawn will not be promoted to the queen, but this gets all the attention of the knights, and then black will have time to push the pawns on the queen side with c5 and eliminate some of white's pawns. And other than that, I just move forward with the bishop, with the king. I have enough time.
There's a very nice tactic. There's a very nice tactic. After bishop e3, what Fabiano could do is take on b5. If you take with the pawn, you hang this pawn. And if you take with the king, there's knight c7. And wherever you go, I'm going to take here and then collect 2 pawns in your bishop, and white is just winning.
Oh my
God.
But
instead of that, knight g4 was played and bishop
that was
f4.
horrible for black.
Indeed, but instead of that, he went. I mean, I don't think bishop f4 is the move, because I think this knight should always be able to blockade everything. Like, let's say king b6, you don't even threaten to go c5 because
93, just like that, or 97, and the white's king is close to f pawn, so there is actually no problem. White goes king d3 because he knows after c5 there's 97 fork, And now it's time to push c5, but white can simply take that pawn, and king can't even approach this pawn. So I think that's game over for Duda, and he just resigned.
Indeed, he just resigned because, yeah, after king d6, we're just going to go knight to d3, stop c5 from ever happening, and then king f3, pick up this pawn, and it's simply game over. So, yeah, Fabiano wins a very up and down game. He was always, pushing for the win, but perhaps Duda was able to hold the draw there with the bishop against the two knights. But I mean, especially with little time on the clock, the knights are so tricky.
Yeah, nice game. Nicely converted from Caruana. And I'm back to that opinion that this bishop f5, early bishop f5, maybe it's not so good in the queen's gambit decline. So yeah. This is the final game for now. Knight versus rook, Benjamin. We have to count the moves because this game can last forever. And we have this rule of 50 moves. And after 50 moves, the one of the side, and in this case, white can just claim for a draw. But we have to find out when was the last piece trade.
Indeed. So the last capture was on move 58 by black. So on move 108, white can claim a draw. Right now they're in move 78, so they'll need to. Wojtaszek needs to survive for another 30 moves. But generally, what is the technique here? And I had this endgame in the World Cup in 2021, is that you want to keep your rook on the other side of the king. So like a move like king f2 is should be good here, and then after something like king f4, you always want to give checks from the back. So king f2, knight at g4. Now you don't really want to go to e2 because then after rook b2 you get pushed to the back rank. I mean, it's still a draw, but it's not really what you want to allow. So I would suggest king g2, but the one thing I don't really like is that the king is already pretty close to the corner, and generally these endgames are a draw except for when you are in the corner. So that's the one thing Wojtaszek needs to be careful of.
Yeah, no, it's important. Question is if they remember this theoretical draw or win. There are some position where black can win. There are some position where white can hold. And when you have no time on the clock, especially now as Savchenko has seconds on the clock, it's good to remember this theory, because you cannot make right decision when you have just seconds on the clock. So let's see how well he remembers it.
Indeed. So knight e5 by Shevchenko. So let's see what Wojtaszek will do here. I mean, once again, I think generally a good policy is to put the rook on d8 or e8 to make sure that black cannot make progress. And the thing is, like with a bishop, it's always much trickier because let's say this knight was a bishop, right? Black can go bishop d4 and then king d3, but a knight doesn't really move like that. And also, like if a bishop is on d4, it controls a lot of key squares, and it's much more dangerous for white to get checkmated. But knight f3 has been played, king to c1 and rook h2. Once again, Wojtaszek needs to be a little bit careful that he doesn't get pushed too close to the corner, but he should still be fine with the king on c1.
Yeah, Benjamin, I was some years ago commentating World Rapid and Blitz tournament, and in Rapid and also Blitz, there was one last game which was keeping us for like extra 10 minutes or 5 minutes at least to work, and basically we never had a break because of the one game every round. We had either rook and the bishop or just rook, and they were still keeping playing. And there was the schedule that they were following, and basically the next round was starting on time for the rest of the players, but not for the commentators and not for those two players who were still playing. And I remember it was like a really bad sign for me to see there's a rook and the knight versus rook. I was like, oh no, that's gonna last forever and we will not have a break. And this is also happening in here.
Indeed, yeah. So rook g8 to g3 was played,
moves.
king c4, yeah, rook g8. So yeah, they're getting closer and closer. He needs a little more than 20 moves. And yeah, I'm curious to see how Shevchenko is going to try here, but it's difficult. Because if you go king c3, there's always rook to c8 check. That's why you want to put your rook on the other end. So let's see how he's going to try to win this game.
right. Shevchenko on move, rook to f2. I was really expecting him to gain some time on the clock, as he's the one who has extra material here. But yeah, seems like he wants to use every second. Rook to g3. Oh, check happened.
Yeah, that's probably the best strategy. You want to play a little bit faster with black to put the time pressure on white as well. Because I mean, these endgames are draws, so you need a bit of help on the clock as well. So Wojtaszek moves his rook back to g8. So I guess he moves his rook here just to be able to check from the side and from the back. It seems like a good strategy. Let's see what.
Yes, and Benjamin, as this is not a classical chess. The players are not writing down the moves, so it's quite hard for them to know which move is this. And arbiters cannot interrupt. Arbiter can interrupt after move 75. Is that 75?
After move 75, I think the game is just sort of declared a draw. Yeah, that is.
Yeah,
that
it
is
can be
true.
declared, but before that, arbiter cannot interrupt. No one else can. So there are some situations and accidents when there was a 50-move rule and the one side resigned, or it was checkmated, or it was also some cases when there was a checkmate in one move, but it was already 50 moves. So last thing, the practical decision here is, if you are about to be checkmated, it's always good just to ask for check the moves before you resign,
Yes,
because
indeed. Because
they don't know how many moves they have played. Like, it basically makes no sense to calculate. Like, how can you calculate these moves?
indeed, yeah. But yeah, were you there in the World Rapid Championship in 2016? Because I think there was a game where Black claimed a draw, and the arbiter was saying, it's like 49 moves or something, and then he was like, "You need to make more moves," and then he made another move, and he got checkmated. I don't know. It was very weird.
Yeah. Oh, you can always ask for which move is this. I think you can just ask the arbiter, stop the clock, and ask the arbiter which move is this. Another thing is, if I remember it correctly, I saw some of the photos from the playing venue. They also have big screen, like the screens, and they can see how many moves has been played. But it's also hard to know when was the last trade. Right, you have to take a look at the screen for at least some seconds, and when you have just a few minutes on the clock or just seconds, you cannot do that. So tricky situation, but we're nowhere close to checkmate here for White's king.
Indeed, yeah. So Rook b6 is a tricky move because you cannot go to c1, do it at 92, and so he goes to a3 instead. Now maybe something like knight to c6, preparing a move like king c3. And that is the one thing you want to be careful of. You don't want to keep your rook there. So instead he goes rook h8, the right move, because you once again want to be able to check from the back.
Yeah, now we're gonna have some side checks. Rook h4, knight to d4, and you can play king to a2.
Indeed, so knight to d4 played.
Or just rook g4, just to pass.
And the one thing I would say, which it's good that Shevchenko, flipped the board by 90 degrees, so to speak, because the king first was on the back rank, right? And now it's on the side. And it's always a little bit more difficult when your king is on the side. Like, I feel like it's more clear when your king is on the back, right? Sort of what is happening. But when your king is on the side, sometimes it's easy to miss some sort of trick, right?
Yes, that makes sense. Like, for me, when it's on the back ranks, I always feel very scared, and I'm always very focused. And on this side, I think I have more space for some reason, and I'm less. I'm more careless in that case. And yeah, I've never thought of that, but it's actually true. It's actually true.
Someone makes a funny comment, like turn your head. Like sometimes that's what people. Yeah, I don't know. you can't do that.
Yeah, when I was kid, my opponents in Georgia, it was quite a common thing. Like when they were making moves, they were just coming on your side and looking at the positions for a lot of time, like 5 minutes in a row, and that you could never understood why they were doing it. And when you were asking, like, what are you doing? It's like, I'm looking this position from your perspective.
Yeah.
Like, that's strange.
Yeah, so king c3 was just played by Shevchenko. A nice move, because now, like, if rook c8 check is played, we have knight c6 to block, and if rook h3, knight f3, and now rook a6 will be checkmate. But it's very tricky. If you go rook here, there's check, king back, and knight d2, king over, and checkmate. So Wojtaszek in this position only has 2 moves. He has to play king b1 or rook g3, otherwise you lose the game.
Yeah.
So nice try by Kirill Shevchenko. Let's see where Wojtaszek is gonna go. But I really like how Shevchenko created this mating net. And King B1 has been played by Wojtaszek, which is one of the moves that still holds the draw.
This also seems to be how many moves we calculated? 108.
8. So 6 more. Or like 6 or 7. Rook f5. Tricky move. You still cannot move the rook, because then you allow knight at d2 and it will be checkmate. So you gotta go rook g3, king c1, or king a2. I think those moves hold. King c1 played, which is fine. Yeah. So yeah, he set up a really nice trap, but it seems like Wojtaszek is hanging on. Rook f4. Now rook h8 should be possible, I think. But I think rook h8 is the move you want to make, because you want to be able to check from behind. But he goes king b1, which is fine. And once again, they're getting very close.
Yeah.
Because it looks a little bit uncomfortable to have the rook here blocked by the king b3, rook king c1, all still fine. Yeah.
This king can run away from d1 e2 because knight g1 is a fork there, so that's why Wojtaszek is keeping this king in the corner.
In the king c3, king b1, yeah. Yeah, the problem for Shevchenko is also that he's a little bit low on time. I mean, I feel like he should have tried to accumulate a little bit of time, because now, like, on every move, I'm worried that he's gonna flag.
You can flag yourself and check.
Yeah. Yeah, you can try to flag your opponent, but it's usually much easier to flag yourself. Yeah, I agree.
Definitely.
Okay.
That's most common.
They should be very close
rook versus
to 50
rook and
moves
knight
now.
is theoretical draw. It is theoretical draw. However, there are positions where rook and knight can win. There are some positions where it's draw. You basically need to know those positions.
So king d2, king b2. And now the nice thing for Wojtaszek is that he has reached the 50 moves. So let's say he's 1 move away from getting checkmated. He can always stop the clock and
okay. The server here on Chess.com already fixed it at the draw, as I can see, but they are still keeping playing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Benjamin, for me, this position is a nightmare, because I have, like, in a few minutes another show starting. I have to leave you for today. And this knight and the rook, when I saw this at the first, I was like, no way, come on, this is the worst scenario I could ask.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. At some point on chess.com, it was already saying draw, but they're still playing. But yeah, it's looking. Yeah, I think Wojtaszek is just gonna keep making moves, and I think the arbiter probably is gonna intervene when they cross the 70 move mark. So let's try to figure out when they reach 75 moves. Which is that move? Okay. So is that move 133? Okay.
Okay, Benjamin, I have to leave you and this position here for now. because I have Chess Kid show starting in just like 2 minutes. I have to run in and join there. And thanks so much for today. And thanks to our chat as well on Twitch and YouTube. And I will be joining back tomorrow and the rest of the day. So bye for now. Enjoy the rest of the end game and see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks, Katie, for joining, and hope you have a great show over at Chess Kid. And it seems like this game is probably going to be a draw soon. Oh.
Hi, everyone. International Master Danny Wrench, Chess.com's Chief Chess Officer, back again for more chess terms and tactics explained. That's the thing that I'm apparently doing now with my time. I believe being a Chief Chess Officer makes me qualified to break down some basic tactics. So here we go with the fork. Right before your eyes, you see a beautiful, beautiful image of a fork going through a knife. But let's talk about the common ways this tactic occurs. Perhaps no fork is more common, or at least the threat of executing this type of fork is often key to making a lot of tactics work. Whether you actually see top players make this blunder or not, the threat of making a fork upon attacking two minor pieces, either in the opening or even as you transition from opening to middle game, is a very common way to win material, whether it actually happens on the board or whether they prevent it. This is one you really want to know and have in your repertoire. The next example of a fork is probably the one we think of most commonly visually when you imagine a fork. It is a knight attacking two major pieces. Whether it's a check fork where you attack a king and rook, whether it's two rooks as you see here, maybe if you're super lucky, it's a king and a queen, a royal fork as they call it. Either way, the knight coming to the square literally shows you the fork in the road, hence the term fork, as it attacks more than one piece in the enemy camp, and black goes on to win material. The next example of a fork is important because while we don't actually call double attacks by pieces that aren't the pawn or knight forks, it is essentially a fork. Here we see the bishop go to the g4 square, attacking two enemy pieces, the king and the rook. This is a double attack or a fork and goes on to win material. Anytime you're putting more than one piece in your enemy opponent's camp under fire, you are forking, placing a double attack on their pieces. After this, we like to see one real game example, so I picked a special one that we're going to show you now. Here's a game chosen between Grandmaster Georg Meyer and Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen. Some people have heard of these guys. The World Chess Champion went on to win with the black pieces in the Grenke Chess Classic in 2017 when he traded queens on e5. The fun part of this combination is that the first fork is not enough. Georg Meyer brings the king to e3 and seemingly regains all of his material. But after knight to d3 check, we see the final and fatal fork, winning the rook on b2. Georg Meyer actually resigned on the spot in this position, as he would obviously go down a ton of material and easily lose the endgame. Hope you enjoyed this video. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. For all of our subscribers tuning into this content, thank you so much for being that. And I'm going to send it back to the broadcast crew now, and I will see you around on chess.com. It's time to take your SEO, that's search engine optimization for those who don't speak internet, to the next level with SEO Crawl. Their tools combine robust dashboards with automated tools that are proven to improve your organic results. Chess.com went from 10 million to 18 million organic search results a month in just 2 years after working with David and the team at SEO Crawl. I cannot recommend them enough. They right now have free enterprise accounts just for signing up for a demo session. Use the command SEO Crawl in chat and check them out today.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Superbet Rapid and Blitz in Poland. I'm your host, GM Benjamin Bach. Fortunately, Caddy had to go, but yeah, we still have a lot of exciting games going on. We have here the game between Vishy Anand, who's on 2 out of 2, the early leader of the tournament, against Anton Korobov. Anton just won his game, so he's on 1.5 out of 2, had a good start as well. And it started off as a French advanced variation, in which Korobov played this move bishop d7 and then rook to c8, and then followed up with the move h6. And I wonder what his idea is. Like, does he want to go g5 at some point, or maybe just play more traditionally with something like knight e7 and knight f5? But in any case, I do expect a very exciting game here. We also have the game between Shevchenko and Wesley So, which started off as a Berlin defense with rook to e1. Now, usually after knight at d6, what the players do is they capture on e5, because the bishop on b5 cannot be captured anyway, because there's knight c6 with a check, and you win the queen. But Wesley played bishop f1, and after bishop e7, knight c3. And I wonder what his idea is if Kirill would have castled. But instead of that, Kirill played the move f6, which seems a bit risky. He's hanging on to the pawn on e5, but now Wesley is probably going to go d4 and try to open up the center. And also this diagonal is weakened, so that could be an issue later on. But I'll be surprised if Wesley does not go d4. It looks very, very natural. But yeah, we'll see how this game is going to progress. In the meantime, we also have the game between Levon Aronian and Radoslav Wojtaszek. We have another game with this move, bishop to c4, knight f6, d3, knight c6, castles, g6 by Wojtaszek. In the game we saw earlier between Richard Rapport and Levon Aronian, we saw that Levon himself chose a setup more connected with bishop to g4, but you can also develop g6, fianchetto the bishop, knight to c3, a3, b6, bishop e3, bishop e7, bishop a2. But in any case, I would think that Black should be doing perfectly fine here. I don't really see what Black should be worried about. I like that the fact that he put the pawn on e6 to limit the scope of this bishop on a2, queen is c1 by Levon. Maybe he wants to go bishop h6, exchange these bishops, but in any case, I think Black should be doing perfectly fine. We also have the game between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Richard Rapport. Now, this game is going to be a lot of fun. We have a King's Indian here, the classical main variation. The knight e8 is a bit weird. Usually, what they do is knight at d7. And the idea is that you make it difficult for white to get this c5 push through. But knight e8 was chosen, knight at d3, f5, bishop d2, and f4 by Richard. And now the thing is that white is not forced to go f3, because the bishop on e2 stops the march forward from Black on the king side. So let's say you play someone like c5, knight f6, and rook c1. It's not that easy for Black to make progress on this side of the board. Like, you can, although you can play g5 and g4. Never mind. I guess that's something that is what Richard is going to go for. And then in case of f3, h5 and g4. And this game is probably going to be a lot of fun. And then last but not least, we have the game between Gavrilescu and Fabiano Caruana. So Fabiano chose the Sicilian with knight to c6. So here white can go d4, but Black has all sorts of Sicilians there. But Gavrilescu went bishop b5, e6, takes stakes, d3, knight e7, knight bd2, and knight g6. So I expect a very fighting game here as well. Black has the two bishops, but white has a slightly better pawn structure. mean, these pawns over here can be a little bit difficult to play with. So we'll see how this game is going to proceed. But as Caddy had to go, feel free to, ask any questions in the chat, and I will try to answer them. So we have that bit of interaction anyway. But yeah, let's see how this game is proceeding. So we have the game between Anand and Korobov. We saw earlier, after bishop b3, queen b6 was played by Korobov, hitting the pawn on b2 and putting a little bit of pressure in the center. D takes c5 by Anand. Now, I guess taking on b2 seems a little bit risky, because we will probably go knight bd2, and your queen might get a little bit trapped here, as it's picking up pawns on the queen side, which is why Korobov just recaptured knight b2, knight ge7, knight b3. But I was thinking in this position that white should have quite a pleasant advantage. I mean, this bishop on d3 is clearly better than the bishop on d7. We also have more space due to this pawn on e5, and it just seems easier to make moves like queen e2, then maybe put a knight on d4 sooner or later. And once again, this bishop on d7 is always sort of black's. It's always it's always black's problem piece, so to speak. But knight e5 was chosen by Korobov, and Anand trades and goes a4. Very instructive move. He wants to make sure that Anton cannot go for the move bishop b5 to trade off those bishops. So black is still stuck with this passive bishop on d7. So let's see how Anton will continue here. I mean, he can always castle. An idea for Vishy might be bishop c2 and queen d3. To try to go for checkmate, which is not that easy to deal with. So I really like Anand's position out of the opening. But castles was chosen by Korobov. Now let's have a look. So bishop c2 is a very legitimate idea. Just to illustrate, like, let's say black makes a move like rook to d8. We could go queen to d3, threatening checkmate. And if you go knight to g6, then the idea of h4, h5 comes to mind. But instead of that, Vishy just plays the calm move rook to e1, making sure that this pawn on e5 is always nicely protected. And I guess making sure that f6 is not attractive for black at all, because then if we take, we always have pressure towards the pawn on e6. So I really like Vishy's position out of the opening, and yeah, we'll see whether he can go for 3 out of 3. All right, so Anton is thinking here. Let's see if we have any developments in the other games. But yeah, also if anything happens, anything exciting happens in the other games, feel free to let me know, you guys. But yeah, after f6 by the way, Wesley is playing with black, so maybe Wesley wants to go for the win, and that's why he wants to take risks here. So d4 was played by Kirill, knight f7 to defend, knight to d5 and castles. And I mean, the tricky thing is, if white doesn't have a clear follow-up here, black will be up a pawn, and the next couple of moves are going to be pretty easy for black. He's just going to go d6, then develop this bishop, let's say the g4, f5, and it's up to white to prove the compensation. If white doesn't prove anything, black's just going to be up a pawn. So I kind of like this approach by Wesley. Also, he's up 6 minutes on the clock, which shows that Kirill is not sure as to how he should prove the compensation here for the pawn. So yeah, this game between Levon and Wojtaszek, not much has happened. After queen is c1, rook c8 was played, rook to e1 by Levon. And after knight e5, you can always decide to trade here, but perhaps Levon felt that black has very nice control here over the d4 square, which is why he played knight h2. Maybe he just wants to play fast, keep pieces on the board, and hope that later on Wojtaszek will go wrong in the complications. But a6 played by Wojtaszek, very sensible move. He wants to gain a little bit more space here on the queen side with the move b6, b5. And yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see whether how Vishy is going to return after such a long break. But it seems that he is doing great so far. And yeah, it's always great to see a legend like Vishy Anand doing well against the best players in the world. I mean, he's himself, of course, still part of those best players. But I mean, it's great to see that at his respectable age, he's still able to compete against the very best. So rook d8 by Wojtaszek. Now probably we'll see a trade, but yeah, I think in either case, Wojtaszek doesn't have much to worry about. Is opening. And yeah, this game is probably going to heat up. So let's stick with this one. So b4 played by Duda, g5, c5, knight at g6, rook c1, knight f6, all very standard. Now black is ready to go g4, which is why f3 was played by Duda, rook to f7, and king to h1. A very interesting choice by Duda, h5 by Richard. And I don't know, I'm starting to like Richard's chances here. His play is pretty straightforward. He just wants to go g4. Rook f7 is a multi-purpose move. You defend the potential c7 square if white were to take and knight b5. But you can also go bishop f8. Your bishop defends this pawn over here, and you're ready to go rook g7 to launch an attack. But we see g3 here by Duda. A very logical move, and maybe he wants to open up the g file himself, discouraging the move g4 by Richard. So I like this move g3 by Duda. Otherwise, black gets easy play here on the king side. I'll check in real quick in the game between Gavrilescu and Fabiano. This one is going to be very interesting as well. After knight to g6, h4 was played, threatening to kick the knight, h5, and after e5, d6. So here white can trade, and black will have these ugly double pawns, but at the same time, black has the two bishops and get more space in the center. But queen e2 was chosen instead. And now I'm curious to see how Fabiano is going to continue. I mean, he can decide to go d5 to make sure that he doesn't have to deal with the double isolated pawns. But of course, he can also keep the tension with someone like queen c7. But yeah, this game between Duda and Rapport is going to be very, very interesting. Rapport has a lot of options here. I mean, something like bishop h3 comes to mind, but it's probably a bit of a loose shot because we just go rook g1, threatening to take here. I mean, there's always knight f2, bishop f1, so probably this move is a bit premature. And I feel like this trade should also always favor white. Now g5 is under attack, and it's difficult to really open up. And yeah, we see Fabiano Caruana stats here. In classical, he is number 4 in the world. In rapid, he's number 5. And in blitz, he's number 9. He recently shared first in a tournament in St. Louis with Levon Aronian. So he's proving that he's good in every single time control. But yeah, speaking about this game, I'm very curious to see as to how Richard will continue here. An option could be to trade on g3 and to go pawn to h4. Now, I would think that white should not want to enter these complications because probably black should be able to, launch an attack one way or the other. So I think probably white is best advised to go g4, and now the queen side should be completely locked up. And it's difficult for black to really create an attack here. So we'll see what Rapport is going to do here. Fabiano preparing for the tie breaks. I mean, it's unlikely that the candidates tournament will come down to a tie break. I mean, it's 14 rounds of classical, so usually the tournament is decided in classical. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, a move like bishop f8 could also be a possibility for Richard, and then after rook g1, maybe rook g7 to make sure that you can always recapture with the g pawn. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this one is going to proceed. Richard for now has a small advantage on the clock. We see here young Christoph Duda stats in classical. He's number 16 in the world, and he's also in the candidates tournament. In rapid, he's number 38, and in blitz, he's number 13. But it's always it's always difficult to say, whether the rating really reflects the playing strength, because it always like the rapid and blitz ratings can fluctuate quite a bit because you play a lot of games usually in one day. So if you're having a day off, you can lose a lot of points. But yeah, we can be certain that his rule strength should be around like 27-50. But as we speak, king h7 has just been played by Richard. I wonder what his idea is, but maybe he wants to go like bishop h6 and then maybe g4 anyway. I don't know, but I guess Duda is going to continue with a move like rook to g1 and maybe eventually trade on f4. So we'll see how this one is going to proceed, but this game is going to be a lot of fun for sure. Let's see if we have more moves in the game of Fabiano. So he did go for d5, keeping the structure a bit more intact, and g3 by white, making sure that there's no knight f4 jumps. And now it's very interesting to see how Fabiano is gonna continue. It's always a bit difficult to deal with these double pawns. What white very often tries to do is go for b3, just to illustrate, like bishop e7, we want to go b3, let's say castles, and then c4, fixing this pawn over here, and we can later attack with bishop a3, maybe queen a3, and it's always this pawn on c5 that's black's main worry. What is also annoying for black is this bishop on c8, because right now it's boxed in by the pawn on e6. And where are you going to put it? If you put it on d7, it's also not doing much. On b7, it's also not doing much. And on a6, it's kind of blocked in by this pawn on c4. So this bishop on c8 is generally black's problem piece, so to speak. So we'll see how Fabiano will deal with it. But in any case, I do expect a very interesting strategic battle in this game. But yeah, moving on, let's have a look at the game between Anand and Korobov after rook e1, queen b6 was played, hitting this pawn over here. Anand just played queen d2, a6, and h4. Nice move. So I guess Anand's plan is to go h5, maybe rook e3, knight d4, and rook g3. So rook to c7 was played, a5, queen c5, and rook to e3. I think Anand's playing a great game so far. He wants to go knight to d4, then switch the rook over to g3, knight f5 by Korobov, but so Anand could trade on f5, and it's difficult to say. This should probably favor white, and Anand goes for it. But black might have some play if he gets like f4 and then maybe bishop f5. But you would think that the pawns on f5 and d5 should be weaknesses. But like if you go knight d4, you also have to reckon with queen e7. And if you play a move like g3, you have to reckon with a move like f4. So that does make this position a little bit tricky. But as we speak, knight d4 has just been played by Anand. Yeah, queen e7 by Anton, hitting the pawn on h4. So let's see how Vishy will continue here. I mean, maybe g3 anyway. It's difficult to say who this trade will favor. I mean, black takes his pawn over here, but white can try to launch an attack on the king side. It moves like rook to g3, maybe king g2, rook h1, and then f5, f6, and all of a sudden this king on g8 can really come under a lot of pressure. So I guess maybe Anand is, kind of hoping that Korobov will go into this with f4, because it looks tempting, but it might really backfire for black. So we'll see. And then if black does not go f4, I feel like white should be able to stabilize. So maybe with moves like knight e2 at f4, hitting this pawn over here. But in any case, I think white should have quite a pleasant advantage. But with that being said, let's switch back to the game between Shevchenko and Wesley So. So after short castles, Kirill went for the move c4. As we said, Wesley's moves are easy, just goes d6, bishop d3, and f5. And I think Wesley should have quite a pleasant advantage. I mean, we see here how important central pawns are. Black is ready to go pawn e4, which just creates a fork and creates a lot of space. And white's pieces will be pushed back completely. Like, let's say go bishop f1, e4. Where do you even go with the knight? Because if you go to d2, you might be hanging this pawn. So Shevchenko might already be in a lot of trouble here. He goes for the move b4, but I wonder what his idea is if Wesley just plays the move e4. You have to move b5, but let's say we just play knight to b8. It's really difficult to see the compensation here for white, and I think Wesley is doing great. Also, he's up 10 minutes on the clock, so it looks like Shevchenko might already be in quite a bit of trouble here. But yeah, with that being said, let's have a look at the game between Levon and Wojtaszek. After rook e8, a lot of moves have been played. Levon traded on g7, played f4, the knight jumped back to c6, rook to f1, preparing a push over here, which is why knight d4 was played. Because you cover this square, queen to d2, d5, e5, knight to d7, and rook a e1. So Levon eventually wants to maybe go like knight g4 and f5, but I feel like black should be well equipped to deal with white's push on the king side. Also notice how this bishop on e2 is kind of dead. It's staring at this pawn on d5, and black can always open up this bishop later with moves like knight to f5 followed by d4, after move d4, black would also create an anchor square for his knight on the e3 square. So I think Wojtaszek should be doing pretty well. But if we have a very quick look, we see that Levon still has 22 minutes on the clock and Wojtaszek is down to 13 and a half. So that could be a bit problematic later on. But yeah, we'll see how this game is gonna proceed. In the meantime, we do have this game between Duda and Rapport. So after king h7, knight f2 was played, bishop f8 and c6. Bit of a surprising decision. And black now has a choice to make. He could go b6, but after b6, black is just basically trying to lock up the entire position. After a4, white is trying to go a5. You could go a6 to be able to meet b5 with a5, and to be able to meet a5 with b5, just keeping the position locked. And then the question is, can white break through on the king side? I mean, I would think it's very difficult to say, but if anyone can do anything, it's probably white. It seems very difficult for black to ever go g4, but we see b6 being played by Richard and rook g1 by Duda. And this might become like a very long maneuvering game because it seems very difficult for either side to break through. I mean, the entire position might just get locked up at some point. But yeah, indeed, both sides have very nice pawn chains. Bishop h6 by Richard. And now let's see how Duda will continue. I think the inclusion of a4 and a6 should make sense for white, but you would like to double up with, let's say, rook g2 and rook g1, but it might not be that easy, because if you go queen c2, you might allow the move g4 because your queen no longer controls the square. So not sure if you want to do that. The problem for black is that you can never move this bishop, because look, all of these squares are controlled by white's pieces. So that means that you can also not get this rook into the game easily. But the real question is, like, how does white proceed? And I don't really see it, to be honest, because queen c2, as we said, allows g4. Maybe you have to, sort of do it anyway, provoke g4 and then go rook cf1 and just hope that if the king side opens up, that it favors white. But I mean, yeah, we'll see. So queen c2 would be a move if black were to wait. Maybe what we could do is play a move like rook c to f1, make sure we're well equipped to deal with g4, and then later on go queen d2, queen d1, and maybe then slowly but surely double up. But as we speak, Duda has just played the move a4. So I guess he wants to be able to go a5. And I think Richard should play the move a6. Once again, he should be wanting to deal with a5 by going b5, keeping it closed, and dealing with b5 by going a5. But we'll see what he will go for. He could also consider the move a5, but in this case, white could trade on a5 and then go knight b5 and prepare to move a5 to open up on the queen side. So we'll see what Richard will do. But once again, I think it's very likely that the entire position will get locked up here. All right. So yeah, let's have a look again at the game between Gavrilescu and Fabiano. So Fabiano, after the move g3, went for the move c4. He's sacrificing a pawn, but after white takes, he goes bishop a6. But to be honest, I don't quite see it. Gavrilescu just castled. Fabiano played knight e7, b3, and knight f5. I mean, the knight is very nice on f5, but this bishop is still not doing too much, I would think. So I'm really having a tough time seeing the compensation, and I think this should be pretty good for Gavrilescu. The only problem for white, though, is that he's already down to 11 minutes, while Fabiano still has 19 minutes on the clock. So he has to speed up a little bit, otherwise the time could be an issue, and these top players, they definitely know how to take advantage of that. Rook d1, I like this move. Maybe he wants to go knight f1 and then develop the bishop. So let's see whether the young talent from Romania can maybe get on the scoreboard here, because he's on 0 out of 2, and it'll definitely be good, especially for his confidence to, maybe at least get a draw here. Knight e4 could be a move as well, as suggested in the chat. Yep, because black can never take, because then you hang the queen. All right, so yeah, the game between Korobov and Anand. So after g3, h5 was played, and now queen e2 by Vishy. A nice move. He's hitting this pawn on h5. And I'm wondering, let's say black goes g6. to defend this pawn. Does white have to move e6? You're forcing black to take, then we take. We create a fork on the two rooks, so black is forced to take. But then as soon as we take, this queen is under attack. This pawn on g6 is super loose. This king on g8 will always be super weak. This pawn on d5 is weak. This looks very, very good for Vishy. I mean, I think he should just go for this. Like, let's say black goes queen f7. Maybe we just play something like rook to d1, hitting this pawn over here. And if you go rook d7, let's say we go queen e5, hitting the pawn once again. And after rook d8, I wonder, like after rook f6, there's still queen g7, check, and king h7. And black is barely holding on, but it feels very good for white. So instead of all that, after g6, e6, f4 was played by Anton, striking back. A nice move, because if you take the bishop now we take the rook, and black is doing fine. So you could take on f4, but now black takes here. And after knight takes e6, you know, in all of these lines, the pawn on f4 is always hanging, like the pawn on h4 is hanging as well. So I like this move, practically speaking, by Anton to try to complicate matters. So yeah, but I do think that Vishy has to take. And yeah, for those of you wondering, Hikaru is preparing for the candidate tournament. That's why he's streaming less. So let's see what Vishy is going to do here. Probably pawn takes f4 is the way to go. You can take on f7 with a check, and then black is forced to take here. You're captured with the queen, and I would think that black has pretty decent play here. I mean, you have to move rook e7, but there's still queen f6, and black is ready to open up here on the king side. Bishop g4 is an idea. So here I feel like black is very much in the game. So let's see what Vishy is going to do here. Probably pawn takes f4, but it's not that clear. All right. In the meantime, we still have the game between Shevchenko and Wesley, but it looks really good for Wesley. He played the move e4, and after b5, knight to b8, and white played knight to d2. Now, you don't want to take the bishop on d3, because then you allow white to take on e7. This bishop is no longer protected by this knight. And as a king h8, let's say queen h5, white suddenly gets a huge initiative. Knight g6 is a threat. So you don't want to go into this. But, I mean, if you just move the bishop, or maybe just develop with a move like knight d7, knight f6, I feel like black should be doing very well. So we will see how Wesley will try to consolidate the position here. He's also up 7 minutes on the clock, so I think he has all the reasons to be happy about the outcome of the opening. Right, let's see if anything happened in this game between Levon and Wojtaszek. So after e5, knight d7, rook a e1, Wojtaszek played the move f5. Now, this move is quite understandable, because I guess he wanted to stop knight at g4, making sure that white can never really launch an attack on this side of the board. But it does allow white to take. And now your pawn on e6 is a little bit backwards. So Levon played knight e2, knight c6, knight f3, queen e6, and d4. And this bishop can come back into the game later by bishop e1 and then c3. But here Wojtaszek came up with a very nice move. He played the move a5. So now he's ready to go bishop a6 and bring this bishop back into the game, because right now it's a little bit dead. And it's not so easy for white to deal with, because you would like to not really let this bishop be active, but if you go rook f2, you always allow knight e4. So you could perhaps play something like knight g3 to be able to meet bishop a6 with rook f2, but I don't know, it looks a little bit clumsy for white, and perhaps black also gets other possibilities for taking this pawn over here, and then someone like queen c5, because after this trade, black does have a pretty nice pawn center. So we'll see how Levon will continue here. He's still up 6 minutes on the clock, but I would think that Wojtaszek with bishop a6 coming should be doing pretty well. All right, but yeah, with that being said, let's have a look whether anything happened in this game between Duda and a lot has happened here. After a4, Richard decided to take on g3 and play g4, and Duda just took, and now Richard is thinking, which is a little bit surprising, because he's opening up the position, and now he doesn't seem sure as how to continue, but this could really backfire for black. The good thing for him is that at least now he could develop his bishop, which would enable him to bring the rook into the game later. But I don't know. I would feel that, after this whole trade, I mean, can't white just pick up the pawn in g4? This should be really good for white. I mean, the rook can come into f1, maybe king g2 and rook h1 is an idea as well. And yeah, he could trade on d2 first as well, and then maybe take here. But after rook c f1, I feel like white is much better equipped to deal with the opening up of the king side. So I like Duda's position here, and I don't know if it was the right decision for Richard to open up with g4 so quickly. But we'll see how this one is gonna unfold. All right, then let's have a look at this game between Fabiano and Gavrilescu. So after rook to d1, queen b6 was played, knight f1, bishop c5, knight e3, and now knight d4, takes. And now it's a little bit tricky. Your rook is under attack, and perhaps this pawn on e5 as well. But I guess white should just play rook d1, because if black takes on e5, we should have the move knight takes d5, hitting the queen and this bishop on e5, and this should really work out in white's favor. Because if you take on c4, white's going to take over here, and white's just crushing. So rook b1 has just been played by Gavrilescu, and I don't know. I mean, maybe black should castle first, but if you castle, then you hang this pawn over here. You don't really want to do that either. So I feel like Fabiano doesn't have quite enough compensation for the sacrificed pawn, and yeah, you never really want to take here either. So I don't really like Fabiano's position out of the opening. But we'll see how this one is gonna continue, and yeah, perhaps Gavrilescu can score a big upset and get his first win of the tournament. But yeah, also if anything exciting happens in one of the games, feel free to let me know, you guys, and I will go there as soon as possible. All right. All right, why am I commentating alone? Well, Katie was here earlier, but unfortunately she had to go. So yeah. All right, so long castles by Fabiano. It makes sense because we saw that short castles was not possible due to queen takes h5. And now, I mean, maybe he wants to open up the d-file later for his rook, but still, I feel like if white is able to consolidate the position here, white should be better. But let's see whether Gavrilescu is able to do so. And I guess one idea for Fabiano could be that if, let's say, white goes bishop d2, maybe now we can take on e5. Because if we take on d5, black can take with the rook. You defend the bishop, and this rook cannot be taken, because then you hang your queen on e2. So maybe that's Fabiano's idea. Maybe he wants to take this pawn on e5. So we'll see how this one is going to proceed. I feel like white should be better, but Fabiano has the edge on the clock, and the position is quite complicated. Another idea could be for black to suddenly throw in g5. And if you take h4 and just try to open up the king side, I mean, you can go g4, but it all does feel pretty loose. So that could be an idea as well for Fabiano. So we'll see. In the meantime, in the game between Vishy and Korobov. So Vishy, after f4, took on f4 and then played rook to g3. A nice move. So he's hitting the pawn on g6. And if you go queen f6, then you hang this pawn over here. The queen cannot be taken because this pawn is pinned. And here black's position is just collapsing. Because if you go queen g7, well, guess what? Queen e5, and you lose your rook. And with that, the game. So it doesn't seem easy for black to defend this pawn over here. And there actually might be a nice point. If black goes king h7, we might have the move f5. You cannot take with the g pawn because you allow checkmate, and you cannot take with the e pawn because then you hang your queen. And taking with the rook doesn't change anything. We're going to take, and once again, if you take with the g pawn, you hang mate, and if you take with the e pawn, you hang your queen. And I mean, maybe you can take on h4, but it feels like white's attack should be stronger here. After, let's say, taking on g6, you can go to g7, do the queen e5. So, and we pick up the rook again. So it seems like Korobov is facing a tough decision here. So king h7 is not a move, do the f5. Queen f7 is not a move, do the queen takes h5. So perhaps he should consider queen g7. But I wonder if knight takes e6 could be a move here. Probably black is forced to take, and king h7. Black is still hanging on. I mean, f4 is hanging. So it looks good for white, but maybe black can still defend here. But yeah, I think queen g7 is probably the only move to keep the game going here. Otherwise, Korobov might just lose in the next couple of moves. All right. So we have the game here between Wesley and Shevchenko. I really like how Wesley played this. After knight at d2, he played bishop g5, keeping this bishop on the board. Bishop c2, and just bishop e6, just developing this piece. Perhaps he wants to take on d5 at some point to ruin white's pawn structure, give him the double isolated pawns. And also, if we have a look at the clock, Shevchenko is already getting down to 5 minutes, and Wesley still has a comfortable 13 minutes on the clock. So Wesley should be doing very well here. And yeah, I do expect Wesley to win this game. I would be surprised if he doesn't, because it really looks like everything is going his way. Then if we have a look at the game between Levon and Wojtaszek, knight g3 was played, and after knight takes, pawn takes, knight e2 back. So he wants to be able to take with a knight on d4, maybe put some pressure here with bishop a6 now, and after knight f3, e5. And I don't know, this looks very problematic for Levon, because black still has an extra pawn. There's a lot of pawns in the center. Knight e4 could be an idea. And if you take over here, black's simply going to take out the queen, and you cannot take on d4 because then you're going to hang your rook. And here, black also has this very strong pin on the knight. So it feels like Levon is in quite a bit of trouble here. Maybe he played a little bit too fast. So yeah, we'll see what he's going to do, but I don't quite see it here, to be honest. And maybe Wojtaszek can get the win here. But yeah, in case, black should be doing great in the current position. And as we speak, it also looks like a lot has happened in the game between Duda and Rapport. So we left off after a4 takes g4, pawn takes, bishop takes d2, queen takes, and now h4 by Richard. He's trying to create squares for his knights, but now g5 by Duda, and the knight jump back. This knight is under attack, but I don't know. I don't see it for black. I mean, after the straight, you do get the f4 square, but I feel like if anyone has an attack, it should be white. So I don't really see Rapport's attack taking off here. And there might be a nice tactical point. Like, let's say you go knight g4, and black takes on g3 and goes knight f4. White has the very nice move g6 check. Because if you take with the knight, you allow queen h6, and you're just getting checkmated pretty much. And if you take with the king, you allow a discovery over here. So it seems very difficult here for Rapport. But with that being said, he is up on the clock, but Duda should be able to hold his own here in the complications. I think a move like knight g4 looks very nice to bring more pieces closer towards black's king. But rook cf1, the move that Duda chose, also makes a lot of sense. So we'll see how this one is going to proceed. But in either case, it does not seem like it's going Richard's way. I mean, this bishop is still, I mean, it's controlling a lot of squares, but it makes it very difficult for black to ever get this rook into the game. So I feel like white just has more pieces in the game, and he is also up a pawn. So I think because of that, white should be doing pretty well. All right, but yeah, let's have a very quick look at the game between Gavrilescu and Fabiano. So after long castles, bishop d2 was played, bishop takes e5, then knight at g2, hitting this bishop over here, and Fabiano could actually take this pawn on g3. The bishop cannot be taken because that will put your king in check, But white has the move bishop e3, interposing on the diagonal. Black would be forced to go d4, but maybe Fabiano did not like the fact that here the position gets simplified. And I mean, in the endgame, this bishop is still kind of passive. Black is probably doing fine, but he probably just wants to keep the position complicated, which is why he went bishop c7. But now white played bishop f4, trying to get some trades in. And if you go e5, that doesn't really do much, because we just take, and after rook e8, you can take here and you hit the queen. So e5 doesn't really work. So I like the move bishop f4 by Gavrilescu, trying to simplify the position a little bit. But perhaps what Fabiano should consider here is go for something like c5, d4, and then use this long diagonal for his bishop and his queen to create chances towards the white king. I like that that idea. Maybe that's what Fabiano should go for. But yeah, he also has a big time advantage. He's just under 12 minutes. Well, Gavrilescu is already under 4, and he has just played the move c5. He's clearly listening to the commentator. Yeah, ready to go d4, bishop e7, and queen c6. And I don't know. I feel like Gavrilescu was doing pretty well earlier on, but the initiative has definitely shifted to Fabiano. I mean, he's up on the clock. His position looks easier to play now, I would say. And yeah, it's not easy for white to come up with a plan in this position. So we'll see how this one is going to proceed. And in the meantime, in the game between Vishy Anand and Anton Korbov, Korbov still hasn't moved after the move rook to g3. I mean, the position is pretty tough because this pawn is under attack, this pawn is under attack, and in many lines you might hang this, and f5 is also a move. So a lot of things he has to take into consideration. But yeah, he's already getting down to 4 minutes, which should not make things easier. But yeah, I thought earlier that queen g7 was the only move to try to hang on in the game. I mean, if you go queen f6 or queen f7, you hang this pawn, and that does not seem good. Oh, but instead of that, he went for queen takes h4. But is this a... Wait, but can't Vishy just go queen e5? We hit this rook over here, and if this rook moves, we take here, and it's basically checkmate. Like, let's say you go rook cc8, we're gonna take here. I mean, if the king goes here, it is literally checkmate. And if you go to f7, I mean, there should be many wins, but someone like rook g7 and knight takes e6 looks very clean with simply devastating attack. And after queen e5, I mean, your rook is under attack. You have queen takes f4 to defend, but now after rook takes g6, you cannot go here because of checkmate. And if you go to f7, you block the defense of your rook. So after queen takes f4, you're simply losing your queen, and that's game over. So I think queen e5, which has just been played by Vishy, is just game over. I think the legend will just move to 3 out of 3. There's simply no defense here for black. That would be something. So yeah, Vishy showing that he's still among the very, very best in the world here. I don't see a move here for Korbov. I mean, it might just be pretty much resignable, honestly, because you're simply going to lose a rook. Everything is still hanging in your position. So yeah, it's looking really tough for Korbov. And what's also really impressive about this game is that Vishy always makes it look so easy. Korbov going for rook to c4. I guess his idea is that if white were to take king here, rook g7, and knight e6, maybe he wants to be able to go rook to e4, but that doesn't work. To the queen b8, that's checkmate. So maybe Vishy can still go for this line, and there's just nothing that black can do here. I mean, if you can go queen f6, but I can just take the rook. You can take here, but I just recapture, and you're not even losing an exchange. You're losing a full rook. So, I mean, rook takes g6, check, and knight e6 looks like a very clean win. And Korbov didn't even want to see how Vishy was going to finish it off. He resigned, and Vishy, the legend, moves to 3 out of 3. What a performance by the absolute legend. And yeah, it's great to see him playing great chess like this. And yeah, he makes it look so easy. So yeah, great win by Vishy. Was a 3 out of 3. But let's see what other games we have in the meantime. I think, okay, so in this game, after bishop e6, f3 was played. So white wants to open up, some lines and diagonals for his pieces. So Wesley played c6, pawn takes c4. And so white is basically sacrificing a piece. But the question is, will white get enough? I mean, after pawn takes e5, you could take with the pawn, hitting the bishop. But I think the bishop just drops back to, say, c8. So you still have discord for your knight. I mean, f5 is defended. And I don't think white has enough at all. I think white just flexes up a piece like queen f6, knight d7. And I don't really see how white can get anything going. And Kirill also down to 1.5 minutes on the clock. So I think Wesley, it's looking really, really good for him to get a win in this game. If I'm not mistaken, Wesley is on half out of 2. So it would be nice for him to get back to 50%. In the meantime, after the move e5, Levon played the move knight c1, e4 now by Wojtaszek. And where is this rook going? It went to g3, e3 by Wojtaszek, takes rook to e4, queen d1, queen takes f4, rook to f3, and queen g5. But now Levon is slowly but surely crawling out. Wojtaszek took and played d4. It's still looking really good for black. I mean, maybe knight h5 to f4 could be an idea. This bishop is at least open, but there's nothing it can attack. And it's really difficult for white to get rid of these pawns over here. I mean, I think a move like c3, we probably just take. So it's looking tough for Levon. He still has 9.5 minutes on the clock. So let's see how he will try to fight back here. But yeah, Wojtaszek is playing a great game so far. He's a little bit behind on the clock, but not too much. Queen d3 by Levon, keeping an eye on the rook, and maybe queen a6, hitting the rook, creating some counterplay. Levon can be very tricky in these positions. So once again, we cannot count him out just yet. And yeah, with that being said, let's have a look at the game between Duda and Rapport, but it seems like it looks good for white. So let's see, after rook c to f1, Richard took and played rook to f4, knight at d3, he gave a check, and then played knight at g7, rook f7, queen h8, a very interesting construction. So he wants to put the queen on h8 and then go with the king back, and then go for an attack on the king side. Rook takes c7, king g8, knight f2 to cover the h1 square, knight f4, and knight b5. But I don't know, like, it feels like black shouldn't have enough, but still, he has this knight anchored in on the f4 square. He has the queen and the rook on the h file. I mean, things can get a little bit scary here. I mean, rook h2 could be a move, followed by queen h4, maybe knight h5. This game is definitely not over yet. And Duda getting down to 4 minutes on the clock. So we'll see how Richard will try to complicate the game here. But I think he's already done a pretty good job. If he could somehow bring in more pieces, like maybe bring this knight into the game, maybe this bishop, all of a sudden his attack could become very strong. And he's 8.5 minutes on the clock. And as we speak, he goes for rook to h2. I guess his idea is that if white takes here, we have rook takes f2, and if takes check, but maybe still king f3. It looks scary, which is why Duda goes queen e3, to make sure that everything is guarded. And Richard definitely needs something here, because if he doesn't have something in the next couple of moves, white is just going to take here, and it feels like black's entire position is collapsing. So we'll see what he's going to try to come up with. In the meantime, let's see how the game between Gavrilescu and Fabiano is continuing. But after c5, Gavrilescu took on c7, Fabiano recaptured. He played queen f3, d4. Now black is ready to go bishop e7. So he gave a check, but Fabiano just calmly stepped with his king out of the way, queen f3, and king e7. He's ready to go bishop e7. Queen f4, Fabiano's like no queen trade. Because after rook e1, f6, black is perfectly safe here in the center. Everything is nicely defended. So a check on g5 with king f8. Everything is nicely defended. b4 and f6, queen f5. And now, I mean, he's trying to create counterplay here on the queen side, but also know that Gavrilescu is down to 50 seconds on the clock, while Fabiano still has 8 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. So looking very tough for the young Romanian. And let's see how Fabiano is going to continue. He could still go for this plan with bishop b7 and queen c6 and create a checkmating attack, but it's definitely looking good for Fabiano. But yeah, all right. So let's see how Fabiano will try to take advantage of Gavrilescu's time pressure. In the meantime, we have more moves in the game between Shevchenko and Wesley So. After bishop c8, a4 was played, a6 by Wesley, knight f3. Wesley just trades and goes b6, queen to d2, g6 to defend more pieces, and rook e6 by Shevchenko. Okay, so Wesley trades. Now the thing is, I don't think you really want to take this rook because white's going to take. Your knight only has this h8 square where it looks very passive, and I don't know, maybe white can create some counterplay. So I think Wesley is just going to leave that rook there. So he just goes knight at d7, maybe knight at f6. And I don't really see how white is enough compensation. Everything looks nicely defended by these knights over here. And Shevchenko also only has 24 seconds on the clock. So he goes rook to e1, knight at f6 by Wesley. And yeah, it's just looking really tough here for Shevchenko, especially with the time situation. All right, but with that being said, let's have a look whether Levon is... Oh, it looks like Levon is very much back into the game. After queen at d3, rook f4 was played, queen to a6, hitting this rook over here. And here Wojtaszek took an f3 and played rook to f2. It feels like there should have been something better. Levon just takes and takes down. Also notice how Wojtaszek is down to 1.5 minutes on the clock. And the thing is, there's no checkmate, because if you go to 94, white has to go to g1. You cannot go to f3 because then check and, I mean, mate somehow. And if you go to f1, you also get trapped in the mating net after queen c1 and queen e3. But you can just go to the g1 square. And I mean, black is a check, but it's nothing really more than a draw. You just go back and forth. So 94, king g1, white should be fine. And there is queen e3 check, but there is king to f1. Now the question is, does black have 94? Because this is checkmate and this is checkmate. But now white has time to give some checks. So white can give a check on g8. King h6, I would think. Check over here. Now if you go to g5, there's a check over here. And if you go to f4, there's a check over here. And you keep checking. And I mean, you could go to h5, but at the very least, white can trade the queens. Black might still be better in that endgame, but you know, white is fighting on. Probably that's what you have to do, because I think after g4, king h4, you are running out of checks. Like queen e7, king h. There's still this, but I mean, one way or another, white should be lost here. But as we speak, queen e3 and king f1 has just been played. So let's see whether Wojtaszek will go to 494, but he's down to 16 seconds on the clock. He could repeat the position with queen e3, queen c1, queen e3. That's what he does. But now after king f1, he has a decision to make. If he goes queen c1 after king e2, he might just have to take the draw, because queen e3 will already be a third time repetition. He has 94, but it is tricky. And also Levon still has 10 minutes on the clock, while Wojtaszek is down to 15 seconds. So tough decision here for him. Is he gonna go for 94? He goes queen c1, king e2. I think he's just gonna take the draw. I think it's just very tough with no time on the clock. And if you play on here, you might risk losing with the time situation. And I think that is already a 3-time repetition. I wonder if there was a claim. He could still, oh, he goes for it. He goes for pawn to d3. Interesting. Levon could have claimed the draw with king f1, but instead he just makes the move and he's like, all right, if you want to draw, you can claim it. But okay, d3 by Wojtaszek. I would think that you have to take this pawn. And this pawn comes to d2, it's just too strong. So you probably have to take, queen takes. And so king g1. Black still always has a draw in his pocket. But the question is, does he have more? I mean, he could play something like queen d4 check, maybe give a check and eventually pick up this pawn on b2. But white gets a check over here, and after king h6, there's queen f4. So it's still, quite a bit annoying. But as we speak, pawn takes d3, queen takes d3 is on the board. So I think, yeah, king g1 by Levon, queen d4, and king h1. Okay, so let's see. I think taking this pawn makes a lot of sense. You could make the draw with king d1, but I mean, why not take the pawn? Right? It feels like you should always have a draw, and he goes for it. Okay, now I think Levon has to go for queen c7 and queen f4. Black has the move g5, but then you can go queen d6. Because if you take the bishop, you take the knight, and you have at least some sort of perpetual. But I mean, black might have queen c1 and queen f4. So it's tough. It's tough for Levon. I think he should have just claimed the draw instead of making the move. But maybe he didn't feel like doing that. He thought, like, okay, I have 10 minutes. The other guy has 20 seconds. So why do I have to claim a draw? But I mean, with the 10-second increment, you cannot lose on time. And these players are capable of making very good moves, even with only a couple seconds on the clock. So, so he went for this whole thing, but after queen f4, g5, he went queen f1. Okay, so he's making sure that Wojtaszek does not have a check. Okay, queen e5 played. Now, if black gets some time, maybe he wants to start rolling the b pawn down the board. Let's see how Levon will continue here. I mean, black is still up a pawn. He can create a passer over here. So I don't know, maybe a4 by white, making sure the b5 is not a move. But then you do allow stuff like that e4, and the knight might start jumping around. So even though he has a huge time advantage, he's still facing a tough defense here. All right. But yeah, let's see at the other games. So after queen e3 in Duda's game, Richard played queen h4, and after bishop d1, knight g to h5. And here Duda came up with a very nice sequence. He took on c8, and after black recaptured, rook to g4. And the question is, how is this queen not just trapped? You have a couple moves. I mean, you have rook g2, but then we just take, and black doesn't have enough. Like, the attack is just gone here, and white's up material. So let's see what else black has. Black can take here, but we just take, and here, once again, the attack is gone, and black's just losing in the endgame. And I mean, after knight h3, I mean, I guess we can just take here. If you take the knight, we take the queen, and once again, like, pretty much any endgame is just lost for white. Okay, well, not that move, because, well, white is still winning here, but pretty much anything. I mean, knight takes d6, for example, and just these pawns are going to promote. So it's looking really tough for Richard. I think he's just lost here, but Richard is capable of always cooking up some tricks. So let's see what he's going to come up with. He chose the move rook takes f2. All right, so if we take here, I mean, rook g2 is a move. You don't want to go king h1, because then you have to give up your queen. But I guess you can just go here. And I guess he wants rook f8, but it cannot be enough, I would think. I wonder if you can just go king e1, or if there's some sort of trick here. I mean, there's still rook g3. It's not completely over just yet, but it should be. King of one played by Duda. I guess rook f8 is the only move to keep the game going. I mean, knight g3 is a move, but I think we just step the king over, and black is just running out of tricks. And yeah, it just really feels like with the limited material. I mean, after rook f8, maybe we can just take this knight over here. And I mean, knight takes d5. In the worst case, I go like queen f3, and it should just be completely winning, but I can also just take this rook over here. So let's see what Richard is going to come up with. He goes for knight at g3. I guess king e1 looks pretty clean. And it's still a little bit annoying with these pieces over here. Okay, king e1, rook f8, but it cannot be enough. It feels like, but I mean, it's still kind of annoying. Still, there are some tricks in the position. mean, after c7, you have to deal with moves like this, because if you take, you get checkmated. You don't want to allow that. There should be a win here for white, something like queen f3 or taking this knight over here. Pretty much anything is winning, but you just have to make sure not to blunder some sort of checkmate trick. After bishop f3, Richard's probably going to do something like this and give some checks over here. Trying to create some sort of trick, but it feels like it cannot be there. But, you know, with little time on the clock, there's always a chance for a miracle. So we'll see how this one is gonna proceed. Right. Okay. So rook to f8, knight takes d6 played. I like knight takes d6 because then he can use the knight to come to f5 to block. But I mean, Richard, so if knight takes d5, I like the move queen f3 to just trade everything off. And I think that just pretty much kills black's attack right away. But maybe knight g6 could be moved for Richard. You're threatening checkmate in one, and you're hitting this rook over here. So still some tricks you have to deal with. But let's see what Richard is going to do. Because, I mean, let's say you go bishop f3, then black can take over here. And if you take here, then black takes over here. And funnily enough, after queen d2, there's another knight check. And weirdly enough, this is still a draw because you just move the king and there's c7, but that's not what you want, of course, with white. But I mean, it just shows that there's still, you know, a lot of tricks left in the position, even though the engine is screaming +10. It is still possible to mess this up, but I do expect Duda to win this game. But I think Richard has to try to move knight at g6 here. Knight d3 doesn't work because we just taken the queen covers the f1 square. So let's see what he's gonna do. He's getting down to his last 20 seconds. Looking very tough for Richard, but he's got to try to come up with some trick. Okay, he does go for knight at g6, hitting the rook on h4 and threatening checkmate on f1. Let's see what Duda is gonna do here. Lots of options here for white, but it's not that easy. Like, let's say you go knight f5, takes and take here. Black might just move this rook out of the way, and then he threatens to go knight g2. So let's see what is going to happen. Still some tricks left in this position, and Duda getting down to 30 seconds on the clock. Which move is he going to come up with? Must be completely winning, but it's never easy. Okay, knight f5 played, knight takes h4. What might be a really nice move to simplify the position is maybe just queen takes g3. I mean, you force black to take, we recapture, and you're only down in exchange, and you have like these very strong passers. I mean, c7, bishop g4, d6 should just be winning, and he's listening to the commentator. He goes queen takes g3, and this should be a pretty clean win, because if you take this knight over here, I mean, we can just take this knight over here, and black's attack pretty much dies. So I like this decision by Duda. These pawns on the queen side should be deciding the game, and Richard is just running out of pieces here. Takes on g3, captures, but I mean, like knight g2 is just one check. We go king d2, and then these pawns are going to decide the game, especially with bishop g4 coming. So he goes king f7, bishop g4 by Duda. Sort of goes c7. And yeah, that should pretty much be it. King e7, c7 on the board. Yeah, I mean, there's just no hope here. Black is just going to be down a piece and a couple pawns. And yeah, Duda wins this game. Very exciting game. It felt like Richard probably should have tried to just keep the position close, but he opened up the king side, and unfortunately for him, it backfired. So Duda wins this game, and he moves to, I don't know on what score Duda is. Duda is on, I don't know. But anyway, in the meantime, Wesley So also managed to win his game. He just traded off the pieces, slowly but surely improved his position. And I mean, at the end of the day, a piece is a piece, and that is quite a lot. So Wesley managed to win this game quite smoothly. He eventually went for a checkmating attack. So Wesley, I believe, is on 1.5 out of 3. And the last game we still have going on over here is the game between Levon Aronian and Wojtaszek. It feels like Wojtaszek lost it somewhere. And this one should just be headed for a draw. Here it looks pretty promising, but something went wrong. 93, queen e2. Maybe he should have just traded the knight for the bishop. I guess he blundered this move, because now after queen d5, the problem is that after the queen trade, you lose this pawn over here. Now there's no chance. And b3, king g2, it is just headed for a draw. So this game between Levon Aronian and Radoslav Wojtaszek also finished in a draw. It's not shown here just yet, but I mean, there's only bishop on the board. But yeah, that wraps up the first day of the Superbet Rapid and Blitz tournament in Poland. Vishy Anand gets off to a great start with 3 out of 3, or 6 out of 6, as I should say, as the Rapid games count double compared to the Blitz games. So he gets himself a 2-point lead going into day 2. But yeah, great stuff from the legend. And I think behind him was Duda. Yeah, of course, still plenty to play for in the next couple of days. But yeah, great play by Anand. Let's see if we can pull up the standings somehow. All right. But yeah, with all that being said, you guys, we are going to be taking a very short break. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back. We will be recapping everything that has happened today. And I look forward to seeing you all after the break. Chess.com's coverage of the 2022 Candidates Tournament is coming this June. Watch the world's best players, including Alireza Firouzja, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura, and more. The winner will get their chance to face Magnus Carlsen for the World Championship title. The exclusive video feed will be right here on chess.com. So make sure not to miss it, you guys. 3 of these players of this tournament are playing in the candidates. It will be, let me see if I can, it will be Fabiano Caruana, Richard Rapport, and Jan-Christoph Duda. But with that being said and done, let's have a very quick look at the last round results. We saw that Vishy Anand won a crushing game against Anton Korobov in just over 20 moves. Wesley So won a very convincing game with the black pieces after he just took a pawn in the opening and then slowly but surely consolidated his advantage. Wojtaszek had great chances to beat Aronian with the black pieces, but let Aronian escape. And Fabiano Caruana won a very up and down game against Gavrilescu, and Duda won a very exciting game against Richard Rapport. Which brings us to the following standings. So Vishy Anand, a very dominant performance. He is on 6 points out of 3 games. Once again, the rapid games count W, so you can get 2 points for a win. Right behind him are Fabiano Caruana, Jan-Christoph Duda, and Levon Aronian with 4 points out of 3 games, so they score 2 out of 3. Then we have Wesley So, Richard Rapport, and Anton Korobov on 50%. We have Radoslav Wojtaszek on 2 out of 3, Kirill Savchenko on 1 point out of 3 games, and David Gavrilescu. It's not his tournament just yet. He's on 0 points out of 3 games. Let's hope that the young talent from Romania can get some points on the scoreboard in the next couple of days. So yeah, that was pretty much it for today, guys. I hope you enjoyed my my coverage. If you did, make sure to give me a follow on my Twitch channel. It should be somewhere here below. Also, guys, make sure to sub to chess.com's clips channel on youtube.com/chesscom_clips. And we won't stop today, guys. The action will be here tomorrow, same place, same time. 3 more games of Rapid tomorrow, then round 7 through 9 on May 21st. And then after that, we'll have the Blitz with 9 games on each day on May 22nd and May 23rd. On May 23rd, we might have a playoff if necessary, but in any case, lots of exciting action in the next couple of days. So yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. And with that being said, and then you guys, we are signing off. I hope you all enjoyed the coverage. Thank you all so much for watching here on Twitch, on YouTube. Thanks to Caddy, who was here earlier, for being such an awesome co-host. Thanks to our awesome producer, Hala, behind the scenes, who's producing everything, and just to all you chatters who make everything so much fun. Thank you all for watching, and we see you tomorrow, same place, same time.